Hello there and welcome to the grand finals of the International Classic. You're of course here with me and DevM today. Hello DevM.
Hello, everyone. We are back yet again for an awesome cast.
Well, let's hope it's an awesome cast, and also let's hope it's an awesome series. It's clear that Kimbo is an early favourite for this best of 7 series. CreativeName, of course, never having won a big 1 versus 1 tournament or anything like that. We're about 1 minute away, DevM. Are you excited for today? On a personal level, are you up for this?
Well, personally, I would have loved to see Zilder coming back from the lower bracket, but I have casted some CreativeName games, and I think that he has the potential to make this interesting. So I'm still betting on Kimbo to win it, but I wouldn't be surprised if CN can pull off something nice.
Yes, we have seen him play very nice. He did choke a little bit against the Solder, and I think the ML5 tournament, I want to say, he built 2 tier 3s and stuff like that. But he was fighting, he was in the game. He was doing very well, and he's had some other great tournament matches in the recent past. So he's certainly a very strong player. But Kimbo belongs to that elite, very short list of tournament winners. So he's definitely favourite today. Guys, we're 10 seconds away. Let's load the game up. Get rid of that thing that says audio levels test, because this certainly is not a test. And in 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, we are now... Wait for Relic. Wait for Relic. Wait for them, DevM. Wait. Yes, we are now... Yes. We are now... Come on, come on, come on, game. We are now... Oh, I'm not going to breathe until we're live, so if it doesn't happen... Live! With the game, this best of 7 confrontation between the almighty King of Co. It's Kimbo as the Soviets in the south of Crossroads.
Yes, and on the north we have CreativeName playing as Austere.
He is indeed. And Kimbo, this is deja vu from last Saturday. I mean, our video from last Saturday got 10,000 views on YouTube. It started in the exact same way, DevM, with Kimbo launching in from the south as partisan tactics. And, yeah.
Oh, but we have something different already, AE. So we have tier 1 going up. Is he going for a sniper?
Ooh, he could be. He had a great success with a sniper on Longras in that game 5, where Axis OP won every single game. And that's going to be the interesting part of this one. Is Kimbo just going to resign himself to thinking, I'll just wait for my Wehrmacht game? You know, if things go badly for him, because that is certainly the tone I'm getting from the players at the moment. They're just kind of thinking, Axis OP, you know.
They definitely seem to have the upper end at the moment, but I think that people haven't been doing enough to adapt to the kind of austere playstyle. And I think that's just what Kimbo did here. So he's going for the sniper. He knows that it's a very strong unit on Crossroads. And he also went with Partisans already to have the radio intercept ready for when CN gets the counter out for the sniper. So he's going to know when that counter is out.
DevM, this is terrible analysis. You're suggesting that a tournament player should use the full toolset available to them in a Company of Heroes tournament game. What is this madness?
Ludicrous.
Ludicrous. Using a sniper? No, delete the sniper from the game. Only play with MGs and AT guns. We only ever want to see MGs and AT guns. 24/7 rotation.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got the MG sniper. Sorry. Confrontation about to open up right about now in the east. First crew member dies. Good targeting by Kimbo.
So it's really important that Kimbo gets a good bleed going in the first minutes of the game with the sniper. If CN plays well around the shot blockers, he's going to deny a lot of this early power that the sniper brings. So let's see how he plays around that.
Right, it seems like CN's moving his troops to cut the sniper off. He's pushing in. And, you know, even the best players get a little bit of psychological stress when they start losing models like that.
I think it's the main factor of the sniper. It's really the psychological factor that it brings.
He should have a little Jericho siren like a Stuka. So when he jogs, it makes a wailing noise, because he is a psychological weapon of war as the sniper. Anyway, so we've got a second conscript coming out. We've got combat engineers mining and capturing the fuel in the north, despite not having the point. CN doubles down it with a third grenadier.
I think it's important that Kimbo has the control of the fuel points. So CN doesn't have those high fuel points, which means that the 2-2 might be a little bit delayed. So good job from Kimbo there. He knows what he needs to worry about when he goes for a sniper build.
He does. It's obviously an investment, but the way to make that investment pay is deny your opponent as much fuel as you possibly can do. Sniper's now going for his second kill, so good evasion by CN thus far. Oh, we've got a flank coming in. He's stopped by the conscripts. He just pushes past the conscript. Got a bigger target on his...
No,
the grenadier focus fired him. Green cover to the rescue there.
Oh, that was so lucky. In true Kimbo fashion, he overextends with the sniper and he barely survives.
That wall on Crossroads has been saving so many squads over the years. Partisans erupt, probably going to save for their Panzerschreck tank hunter package.
Now, the problem with the sniper getting so low on HP is that Kimbo now needs to upgrade the healing on his HQ, otherwise the sniper is a useless unit. That means he might delay like the tier 2, tier 3 build.
Luckily for him, they did decrease it by 50 manpower earlier on, but he's got decent... he's just pushed some units off, and they're quite low health as well, so it's been timed quite well. Otherwise, you're exactly right. I think that would have been a problem.
I think he's doing quite well, actually. He now knows that tier 2 is up because of radio intercept as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he started upgrading the anti-tank package on the partisan squad.
There it is. Those nurses have to get to the sniper ASAP.
Now, this is a really good start from Kimbo. Just look at the map control with the sniper start. You usually don't see this.
No. Usually, as you say, it's an investment. In this case, he's been able to play as though he's got 3 conscripts to combat engineer build. But he's working well for him. Partisans just doing a bit of spotting at the moment, just creeping up there. Imagine if they were... I know they've been spotted. There we go.
2-2 is almost out, so it's going to be an important factor now. Usually this is when the sniper build starts to suffer. You always need to be careful about that 2-2 rushing into the sniper, so you always have to have the partisans around.
Are you happy with this timing for CN? Is that early, late, about average?
I think it's average, yeah. I think he did well, though, on seeing that he was facing too many manpower losses, and he just kind of backed off and just waited for the right timing. So now he knows that 2-2 is out, and he just grabbed most of the map. So he has both field points, which is really nice.
It is indeed. On the KD as well, he's not done too badly. 13-10. Could be worse.
Oh, definitely. That 2-2 is now hunting for the sniper.
Yes, and the hunter has become the hunted as the partisan troops show off their... Missed the shot with their new anti-tank package, indeed. LMG Grenadiers could make work of them here. Oh, mine clearing.
Next few moments are important though. It really depends now on how well Kimbo can get out of this uncomfortable situation.
There's a really tasty mine clear there by CN. I caught that one. That's really going to help him get a flank off on the sniper, perhaps. Really will help. He's being pushed away. Conscripts standing their ground in that mine crater.
Kimbo is making an effort here to push out of his position and try to get that field point.
Oh, good Shrek volley there. 2-2 backs away. Meanwhile, the sniper's just gotten his 4th kill. He turns about face, though, against the Jaegers, who have been blocked off by the conscripts. No anti-tank grenades.
Kimbo needs to start building tier 3 for that T-70, though.
Yeah, we saw him float fuel last time, didn't we, as allies? Last Saturday.
Yeah, we did.
not just Axis OP. He actually made a mistake there. Let's hope for his sake he doesn't continue to float as much fuel.
Alper makes a good point. Kimbo already at tier 1, so he could have teched tier 3, but he decided to build tier 2 anyway on top of that. I feel like
tournament stress, that's a mistake,
yeah.
definitely. It's not the biggest cost in the world though, is it? It's like, what, I don't know, 20, 30 fuel, something like that?
It isn't. I'm not sure if it's a total mistake. Maybe he wants to do it just off the Ziz gun eventually, but yeah. I would say that maybe it's a distraction.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's always good to have a Ziz gun in between your T-70 and your T-34 when the Panzer IV arrives, of course, so getting an anti-tank gun's always going to happen, so I suppose just the timing of it feels strange when you want to get your T-70 on the field ASAP.
Yeah, so I definitely would have gone for the T-70 first and then tier 2, but it isn't too bad. He's going for the M5.
Ah, he's not. He just swapped it. Yeah, he changed his mind or he misclicked. One of the two. Got the Jaegers doing what the German word actually implies, hunting the sniper. Back in the north, Gren's just keeping this cut off, and Kimbo has not had much fuel for a long time here.
He hasn't, no, but I think that his build isn't that very much fuel reliant, so if he can get 2 Ziz guns, the T-70, and maybe even the second sniper eventually, he'll be just fine.
Sniper is protected by a conscript in the east, but still no 18-8, so it's not truly protected, in my opinion, when this 222 wants to tango. Ah, now it is. T-70's out.
Now we'll see just how well Kimbo plays with the light vehicles. I would imagine that we will see now Kimbo getting some of the map back with his T-70 out. It's one of the most important units that Soviet has.
Absolutely, is the backbone of the Red Army. At least coming here as to it is as the tank hunters come in for the 222. There's a flagpole in the way which will cause... No, it won't. It's going to be fine. Faust in on the T-70, gets a Gren kill on the way out.
We already have the pack out, and we have a Grenadier waiting to force the T-70 yet again.
Ah,
oh, no, he got
T-70 elects to attack the logistics supply. Good idea. Oh, an MG's been wiped out there in the north to a mine, I believe.
Oh, was it?
Oh, kill by the partisans on the 222, taking advantage
so
of the damaged engine. That's really bad. He was distracted by the MG. Tank hunter comes in, and it's down.
We are just going to see Kimbo come back now. He just needs to consolidate a bit. Eventually even get the Ziz gun. He's going for the MG first, which makes sense before he's still far away. And he wants to consolidate the map, he wants to lock down the center.
Pack 40's lying in wait though. Have we seen any telemines laid in this game, Deva?
I don't think we have. I haven't seen them, at least. I think he has been worried about the LMGs on the Grenadiers overall.
Of course. Spent money on Faust as well. He says 111 munitions in the bank, which would indicate no telemines at this point. We've got the Jaegers forced away, conscripts capping the central victory points in Kimbo's hands. He has lost more victory points than CN, but at this point he's ahead in material now, so he's not bothering.
Oh!
Oh!
Conscript almost died. Oh, I think it's about to die. Can you get it with the Grenadier?
Oh no, they never die on this one. They never die running back to the base this way. I don't know why. They never die.
It was a very good rifle nade from CN though.
Oh, good man.
Okay, so this position is very uncomfortable for CN because he needs the back counter the T-70, but because Kimbo has control of the center, he can't really make the pack help out in the engagement on the west side of the map.
No, he can't. He's keeping the pack out of play at the moment. Faust goes in on the T-70. He's trying to follow up. Meanwhile, now got a Maxim out from Kimbo, so his first unit from the tier 2 is actually a Maxim. And here comes the M5 as well, so he could be going for some maybe some reinforcement before he gets the upgrade. Nope, just straight into the upgrade. Interesting. Combat engineers could die in the east, though. Jaegers have them in the sights, and indeed they die.
That's strange that he's going for a double light vehicle, though. So he's delaying the tier 4 a bit longer for a stronger mid-game.
He's estimating there's a few more minutes until the Panzer IV comes out.
Yeah.
He's probably right as well.
Oh, he might get it back. No, never mind.
Look at that anti-infantry combo. He's got a T-70, a sniper, and the M17 all in a row. These Grens are walking into possible death there.
Into the meat grinder.
Indeed. And meanwhile, CN's just pushing out to the east to take the fuel away from Kimbo, just buying a bit more time.
We see that tier 3 for CN is already up, so now Kimbo needs to worry about that. This is the good thing about doing the commander that Kimbo did, that you can always play to the limit of the timings. You always know when the tier 3 is up, you don't need to be guessing when the P4 might show up. So that might be one of the reasons he's really comfortable into going with this M5.
Kimbo's just sitting behind this huge hedgerow now, just waiting for which side he pops. Like whack-a-mole from, you know, carnival games. Which side will... Hi, I'm CN, smiley face.
Wow, coming from the west side of the base, okay.
Gren's in jeopardy here, T-70. Is the T-70 as of 2021, so probably won't get the fight, but it is possible here. A lot of health damage now being done. It never kills anymore on retreat, does it?
It missed 2 shots, what?
The old AoE would have finished it off, however. Oh, another possibility, but there's a Faust in on the M17, so the Grens should be fine. So CN doing okay at the moment. Where's this tier 3 at? He's got it up, he's just waiting for the manpower.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand the need to fight so much right about now, because he needs the P4 out. He should be saving up manpower.
Yes. One of those times where you just sit back and wait for your next... just keep your manpower. Go preservation mode, you know? More decent sweeping from CN, doing a good job on clearing mines still. Oh, Pax looking low. T-70's focus firing and gets him down. Oh, this could be game here. The M17's pushed in. We've got a Maxim watching on. The sniper also watching on. A Pack 40 taken them. Oh, and there it is. The MG42 taken. That could very much be game. Pioneers are very unlikely to survive this.
If he still has back and it's game over.
Ouch.
He has 4 units. CN has 4 units left.
That was what we call GG.
Yeah, this is just brutal now.
Be on the lookout for, yes, this game's over. There we go. Well played. 1-0 to Kimbo as allies. So there we go. Definitely Allies OP this week, Deva. It's going to be fun. It's going to be best of 7, all 7 games. Allies win every game. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I think that we have seen that Kimbo adapted the Allied builds, but we have yet to see if CN did the same with the time he had. So definitely a very strong start from Kimbo. He did something different and very strong. We just need to see now if CN can adapt.
One thing Kimbo was doing all yesterday, and CN was actually in his chat. Kimbo was analysing CN's replays. He'd collected a few, and he just sat there last night, live on Twitch, didn't say anything. He just analysed them. And something also struck me about Kimbo. In his Polish accent, he sounds like a man now. Like, you know, in his English voice, it's quite whiny and quite, you know, like, boyish. But I think he commands a little bit of fear, possibly. If you're CN and you're watching this guy that's won all these tournaments, and he's definitely in that position now, and he's watching your replays, and you're CN, that's a little bit nerve-wracking, surely. I mean, we all see Kimbo as this annoying teenager, because for us, in this community, for a while, that's who he was, right? But now, people like CN who have watched him winning tournaments over the last couple of years, they see him analysing their replays, and he's just silent, and you know you're facing him tomorrow. That's got to be a little bit threatening, surely.
Well, yeah, I think that if CN saw that he was analyzing his games, he could have brought something new to the table that Kimbo wasn't expecting. So I'm still expecting that he might have something for us and something to surprise Kimbo. That's usually what you do when you know that your opponent has been studying you. You just throw a curveball.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen a curveball quite yet. That was literally the prototypical Wehrmacht build. But it seems that allies are the ones that have the flexibility to, you know, offer something different. We've seen that in a few tournaments over the last year, really. And to be honest, it's been typically the case in history. I mean, for example, Loveness to get to the GCS1 Grand Final versus Helping Hands, he just practiced USF in secret and then launched them
Yeah.
against Helping Hands. That was a famous example. The 4 rear echelon build Nagano tried in the World Championships 2019. That was a good example. I'm sure with Devem, you could probably think of a few more.
Yeah, we have the recent example of Isildur playing with the M5 half track that now
Yeah.
seems to be meta.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's always these big tournaments that shape meta. People just feel more comfortable. It's not that they necessarily are the best all the time. It's just people feel more comfortable thinking, this is the strat that Isildur uses. I am now Isildur.
Yeah, I trust Isildur. He knows his shit.
Exactly. That was the old days in game replays with replay packs, wasn't it? You'd just
Yeah,
watch
it was.
the best player and then you'd be them for a week. You'd probably terribly utilized, but yeah. Let's get ready for game 2 then, shall we? That's probably a decent idea.
Need to quit this game. Are we far away from the next game?
I think we're pretty damn close, to be honest. Just looking for it now. We'll get it sorted. Let's have a look at the chat. Oh, they're both saying ready, but they did a 7-minute delay last time, I noticed, so it could be 7 minutes. Signwinder says they've started. If you could instruct them to do a 5-minute delay as per the rules for the next game, Sidewinder, that would be lovely. Much appreciated, my friend. Apparently CN's in chat as well. There we go. Multitasking.
Do we know the factions here?
I imagine.
Oh, we do.
It'll be Soviets versus Wehrmacht.
You would guess
I haven't
right.
seen it yet, but that's what I'm guessing.
The thing with us here, though, is that we don't have much space for variation, because I think out of all the factions, it's the faction that has been somewhat studied the most, almost. So if you divert from the usual build, you just aren't maximizing the faction.
No, and also you've got to consider that Relic kind of instructed the community balance team to make Wehrmacht the gold standard, if you will. So they were kind of utilized as the benchmark faction. So their play has been kind of... People have just said, okay, this is Wehrmacht play, let's just refine it. So you got like the 251 half track added, that kind of thing, you know. And over time, all these little tiny quality of life improvements over the years, they've just now made Wehrmacht's play into a powerhouse. It's definable, and it dominates the tournament meta. It really does.
Yeah, it's always been tougher to play the tournaments as allies, to be fair. I think usually, unless something is very broken in one of the allied factions, Austria and OKW they are just much more safer.
Yeah, yeah. Just getting my doubles working here. Hang on a second. So send escape. Click. Definitely don't want that. That looks rubbish. I absolutely annihilated my casting script before we started today. So if there's a lack of functionality in terms of cool widescreen shots, guys, you now know why.
Technical problems.
I had nearly had a mental breakdown trying to do it, but never mind. We'll just let it go, just like the movie. Anyway, guys, so we had a poll before this game started, and 67% of you expected Kimbo to win. I daren't even do the poll now because Kimbo's already won game 1, but yes, it's going as you expected. Let's hope it remains entertaining. We've got 51 seconds. I daren't do that countdown thing because it used to work, Devem, and
No,
now
it
it's
doesn't.
broken.
I think in Company of Heroes 1, you can have the same problem at some point, right? So when your opponent left the game, you had to wait like 30 seconds before the game actually finished.
Really? Oh, I can't remember that.
Yeah.
I do know that so much of the code and server architecture is similar in both games that, like, when they try and change the UI in the main menu, it sometimes resets all of the maps in auto match to maps you can't even see. Like, Stalingrad is the 1v1 map. Steppe is the 4v4 map. Rizhev Winter is the 3v3 map. And Moscow Outskirts is the 2v2 map. And they are the only playable maps until they fix it. But we had the exact same problem in Co 1, like 10 years ago. When there was a duff, when they tried to change a chat room name, it would reset all the maps to like, what was the wet map with the marshes? That was the 1v1 map. It's the only one you could play. Flooded Plains.
Yeah, Flooded Plains. That was an
You just got
map.
Flooded Plains. You just had it on a 24/7 rotation if they reset something. So these games are built on the same architecture. It's quite funny. But anyway, I haven't got a cool intro for you. I'm just gonna go da-da-dum, 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 the International Classic. And here we go with International Classic Grand Final Game 2. You're looking at CreativeName, who's 1-0 down against the almighty one, Kimbo. Devem, what are some of your favourite and least favourite memories of playing tournament games on the map Crossroads?
Favorite memories has to be the game against Love Nest. Not sure what tournament it was, but it went for like 1 hour and 10 minutes. And I was playing USF and he was playing OKW. That's one of my favorite recent wins. Worst memories, I think probably one of the games against Von Ivan where he just kept like a battalion of Pumas going around trying to harass my base.
Traumatizing, probably.
Traumatizing playing against Von Ivan.
Definitely, yeah. Especially when your computer bug splats and
oh, now you remind me of that game against Von Ivan, that bug splat, and I was so pissed.
I bet you were. Now, what can we tell so far? Double combat engineer is definitely what Soviets do all the time these days. There used to be a time it was one combat engineer for years and years and years.
Well, the 2 combat engineer opening was always there. I think it's just more... That's been the flavor of the month, almost.
Kimbo was doing like a kind of prototype podcast with Orange Pest, Alpern, myself, K to the Z, and a few other people, etc. And he was asked by Orange Pest, why do you copy people's build orders? And he said, well, basically he expects his micros better than the other people, so as long as he does the same meta, he'll win the series. So that's why he copied Isilda last Saturday. And obviously this isn't copying, this is just Jaeger infantry doctrine. But it was an interesting thing to note.
Well, usually if you are the best, people start copying what you're doing, so I think it's to be expected. Anyway, we have a very strong start from CN. As always with the double engineer, you want to get that flamethrower timing, and then you want to push.
And Kimbo's gone for the garrison there, but you know, it is a strong start. I was going to say it wouldn't have been if this fuel got capped, but indeed the conscripts have done double duty and taken the cut-off now, so it is strong start confirmed for CN. He has a lot of standard territory points, and Kimbo only has 1.
Yeah. CN just said, yeah, you can take the center house, I don't care, I'll just go for your cutoff.
Exactly. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. We've had... Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 standard territory points, and Kimbo only has 1. So the income is massively different. 22 fuel versus 7, and 36 munitions versus 11.
Yeah, exactly. So already a very big resource advantage for CN. I think Kimbo will start to stabilize in the next few minutes though. But at the same time, when the engineers start getting the flamethrowers, we'll see some power back into the Soviet hands.
Ha! Talking of it, here's flame in his hands. Burning the pioneers away. Very good. Kimbo's slow start continues. Just now finally capping some territory sectors. But he does push up very aggressively with this MG.
Yeah. I think Kimbo is expecting, I mean, CN is expecting Kimbo to play more aggressive in the next few moments. So we have 2 sandbags built, 1 on each fuel, and I think it's just going to stall a bit.
Certainly seems that way. MG's just so deep into enemy territory here.
He does. What's he doing there?
What is he doing? He's just making a nuisance of himself. He's probably going to end up... What is Kimbo doing?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what his MG move was.
That's just bizarre psychological warfare, perhaps. Don't quite know what's going on, but there we go. Clearly he's showing off. He does tend to get bored quite easily, Kimbo. He's kind of like a faulted genius, you know. Unless it's challenging, unless he feels challenged, he doesn't commit fully to the game, and he can often get a little bit kind of meh.
Yeah. So yeah, he only has that killer mentality once he knows that his opponent is up to stuff.
Yeah, so basically that's a big psychological kind of insult to CN. Kimbo's already kind of mentally checking out of this best of 7 grand final for $1,500 for the first place win today. Kimbo's thinking, meh. That's not cool. CN, come on, man. You gotta crush him for that.
Good enough.
You have to crush him for that. You cannot allow him to treat you like that.
We already have Battle Phase 1 tech now for Kimbo, so we can expect that tier 2 to come up soon. But he did go for a very big tier 1 Kimbo, so double MG, that's very, you know...
Ah, this is the MG. This is the real MG. That was a decoy. That was the distraction MG. This is the one that's going to play like an MG. Yes, indeed. It's a big tier 1, isn't it? 4 conscripts, 2 combat Gs. So we're going to see a delay in lighter vehicles. We're going to come out a little bit later due to the manpower attrition and stuff.
Yeah. The problem that I see here for Kimbo is that he's forcing so many engagements that the 2-2 timing might suffer, but we'll see. Okay, no, never mind. He already has the fuel and he already has the manpower now.
Ooh, conscripts bleeding as they retreat there. Combat engineers look to protect. MG repositions. We've got another MG backing him up, so a heavy start here. CN goes west to try and take away the fuel. His commander choice, if you've not already seen, is airborne troop tactics. A very powerful commander, but it takes a while to get these SVT rifles down from the sky.
I have seen that CN is a big fan of this commander before. He just needs to be careful now because 2-2 is going to be out, and I don't really see a big counter. Yeah.
That's the biggest weakness of this faction. It's less mines on the field because you're trying to get your anti-infantry power up as soon as you can, and then it becomes a race. Who can do more manpower attrition, the SVT rifles or the scout car?
Yeah. And he can't even build this gun at the moment because he left the tier 2 unfinished in his own base for like 2 minutes now.
So it's not just building like a Galactic Colossus or something?
No, it's not.
Okay. Fair enough. Sandbag also not finished. 2-2-2 reigns supreme.
The way that Kimbo plays with these MGs is just so weird. You know, it's like he's playing with a Grenadier squad flanking.
And it's just silly, isn't it, some of the squad behaviour these days with the 3 men in front as well. The conscripts have cut them off here, but all the reinforcements are in. And, yeah.
Oh, I think that Kimbo is doing...
What is he doing? He's throwing the game. He just lost an MG there.
That's really bad.
Oh, can he rescue it back, though? He just rifle-naded, so the health is low. He blocks him in with the 2-2-2. He's pushing for this.
He's going to get it back. He's going to get it back.
So silly though, isn't it? It's so silly. I suppose his manpower attrition now is much higher because he like nearly lost his MG.
I think it would have survived if CN would have merged the conscript squad with the MG again.
Oh yeah, clever.
But in those moments you don't think about that, so I don't blame him.
Tank over battalion command coming down. He's got 116 fuel as well, so that early territory point capture is going to help him there.
CN. Now Kimbo is looking into expanding his territory. He's building one extra Grenadier squad. And when these 4 Grenadiers start getting upgraded, and with double MG, I feel like CN is going to start really struggling.
I have designed the biggest score overlay in Company Heroes history with the largest, most orange numbers, yet people in chat are still asking what the score is.
Maybe it's not in the center of the screen, you know.
Oh, I see. Okay, I need to make it bigger. Noted.
Yeah.
Noted. Right, SVT rifles coming out. But most people think this will be a 4-game series, which, considering it's best of 7, that means 4-0 for Kimbo, people are expecting in chat at this point in time. That is sad for CN. I'm really hoping that the underdog can start rescuing some respect from chat. He's not being shown much right now.
I think he can pull something off, honestly. This game has been actually good from him. We have seen very good maneuvers, although Kimbo helped him out a bit, but still.
Nice big shot there on the
he might lose
MG42.
MG
Now he's
again.
got it! And he's got an
yeah,
18-8
yeah.
off on the 222. This could be good for CN. He's got a shot in from the T70 as well. Another 18-8, a little bit of... Oh, big rifle nade. Annihilates the MG42.
He's still going to get to 2 though, and that's 1 less MG for Kimbo. So overall, this is a very big moment in the game.
Rebuilds with 222 immediately. Your thoughts on that, Devon?
Yeah, I think he needs it, honestly. Because if he now doesn't rebuild like either the MG or the 222, he's just going to lose a lot of the map control and map presence. So he's kind of playing the losing game now. He needs to have the 222 out, and he's probably going to rebuild the other MG again, just so he can hold out.
Scout car has arrived.
Let's quickly check the stats just at this point.
The enemy is
And
taking
have a look.
our
We've got
territory.
34-32 kills, Kimbo. Points held graph's the most important for me, and that shows at the level now. So yeah, it's not looking too disparate. Pretty equal game, all things considered, Devon.
Yeah, it's a pretty equal game, but I think that we'll just start seeing the consequences of that push where he lost the MG and the 222 in the next few minutes.
Our lines of supply are disrupted.
When
Because-
the C70 gets repaired, no doubt.
He's going to start using the manpower to rebuild his army that he lost there, and that means he's going to delay his tech overall. So it's going to have pretty big consequences going into the match now.
We are losing a sector.
We have CN pushing for the cutoff yet again.
The sector has been cut off.
Kimbo is focusing now on the right part of the map, which honestly is the right choice.
222 backs away. Pack 40 is ready and waiting for this T70, but he's still in base. Meanwhile, we've got Vet 2 now on the conscripts. More push in. Just neutralise the cutoff for right now. And he has actually got this fuel thanks to this sliver of a land bridge. Kimbo's very dominant in the centre, looking to cut CN off.
I fear that CN might be playing a little bit too cautious. With the infantry advantage that he has, he can push Kimbo off the map pretty easily.
MG and jeopardy in the east. Conscripts come in to help out. Needs some really big shots from the T70, but he's not going to find them.
The MG gets away, indeed. Kimbo is desperate for some map control now, so we are now seeing that 4th Grenadier squad that he cancelled earlier for the Packen. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. CN has been stockpiling a lot of resources now to get that tier 4 up.
Nice attack round there, by the way. He spotted 40 the combat engineer. And the pack tries to return the favour. Combat engineer swoops in for the kill. LMG Grenadiers are there to help out, however. A little bit of throw action there. Nice to see. Combat engineer's looking low. CN.
Oh no.
It's a big loss.
He's going to lose it.
There's the reload. Bit of medium cover. Oh, can't help out.
Definitely an overextension there. I feel like this might be the problem with CN against Kimbo, is that he might get a bit desperate when he shouldn't. That seemed like a desperate maneuver.
Overplaying, overcommitting,
Yeah, exactly.
trying too hard. There is such thing.
Like, you have sometimes that feel that you need to be doing something, and sometimes it isn't the right moment.
Two pushes in the west, detonates a mine. Kimbo no longer playing lackadaisically, to use an interesting word. He's now playing authoritatively. He wants to finish this off.
I mean, I still think that CN has the advantage here, just because of those earlier moments. But it's going to be really important to see how CN reacts now to the late game. He's going to be facing double pack gun. I think that if he goes for the Katyusha and like 1 or 2 T-34s, he should be fine.
Grands was just in a tricky spot. T-70 comes in. 25 kills on the light tank thus far. Pack pushes in. Its sister pack isn't there to accompany it quite yet, so T-70 should be safe. Faust can't.
Honestly, you can see that Kimbo is the most experienced player here. He isn't doing anything very overly aggressive, he's just waiting for CN to do mistakes. So he has the LMG Grand sitting in green cover many times. He's just waiting for CN to advance, and CN isn't getting anything out of it.
No, he's in the meat grinder right now. He's
Yeah.
not playing as though he's an uber confident top 10 in the world auto match player. He's playing like he's not frightened, but he's overcommitting, like we already mentioned. And yeah, this is the position Kimbo used to be in, and back in GCS 2 days 2018, when he was only 18 years old and he was playing up against like the likes of DevM and Von Ivan, and he was playing terribly.
I remember that.
Really badly. We all laughed, didn't we? Because he was so touted as the next kind of genius player.
He did it himself, though.
He basically face planted, didn't he? Oh,
He
Pax,
did.
find the T-70.
Oh no. I mean, I don't think he had seen the second pack-in yet, so I can understand the fact that he got surprised just now. That's huge, though.
Threatens 222 backs away.
And the problem is that all the advantage that he got from that MG kill and the 222 kill has now vanished. And the fact that he has gone against his meat grinder for the last few minutes means that Kimbo had almost no manpower losses, and he can catch up on the manpower part. So he can get that tier 3 up soon.
Yep, sorry, my bad. I
Yeah,
thought
no
he might
problem,
attack the 222 there, but couldn't quite get it off. CN's going to need a map change, DevM. If he can't win this, he's going to need a map that he feels really comfortable on. Maybe like an Amelie or a Mill Road. He's just going to have to go for it.
You have to cover for me for a while here, AE. Give me a second.
No problem. Here we go, T-34 going round the outside, As the conscripts push in. Grenadiers under pressure. Molotov's T-34 watches on, and the Grenadiers hold the line. They get a Faust off whilst burning to death. Now that is fanaticism. Pax under pressure, however, he's trying to... He does hit the T-34. That could be an Alpha Faust now. That really could be. He's got the munitions, one. Oh no, he hasn't. He only has it for one. Pax now decrewed. CN's coming in. Combat Engineer could make the steal. All the other packs managed to escape, though. He just reinforces as well.
Wait, I go away and CN makes a good push.
Exactly! You're a bad luck omen for him. 222 dies, meanwhile, to an anti-tank grenade. He's trying to destroy the bunker here. Gets it. And evades the pack. CN with the big plays.
What just happened? How did he do this?
It was incredible, Devon. Probably one of the best series of Company of Heroes plays I've ever seen. He came in on a Zeppelin. He parachuted onto the base. Several
Holy
elephants were involved.
Wait.
No, it was just good play, man. He pushed in, he circled the pack. T-34 got around the outside. Kimbo played over overcommitted with grenadiers whilst burning to death. Kind of got a little bit possibly cocky. He could have just retreated and reversed all of his units. And he tried to basically finish CN off while CN was making an attack. And CN held his ground and carried on the offensive. But in all honesty, all that was lost was a Pack 40. But it's now in CN's hands.
He's keeping up the pressure. I'm not sure why Kimbo isn't taking up. Okay, now he is, but feels like he could have done it a few minutes ago. CN is now controlling the pace of the match though, and that's where he wants to be.
People are saying in chat it was an insane throw. Yeah, he definitely is playing nonchalantly in some respects. He definitely didn't need to defend in that way. Basically, Devem, that was the equivalent of like a boxing match, like lowering your guard when somebody comes in for the kill and like laughing, saying, "Haha, your punches don't do any damage." Basically, that's what he did. He just took the punches on the chin. And
I'm not surprised it's Kimbo. I'm just not surprised. Oh my god, a T-34 shot.
It was great. 2 crew members down. Pack 40 misses as well. That pack's having a very bad time. If this Pack 40 dies, Kimbo is throwing game 2 for certain.
I think he could just drive up the T-34 into that pack and just sit there. Just park the T-34 now in front of Kimbo's base and it's game over.
Gets there with the pack. He needs to reverse it. Keeps going for the shot. I swear he went for the shot there. Is he in reinforcement range of the infantry company?
I think he is, yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Again, but I do feel like Siena's his missed opportunities. He could have finished the game just right about now. He's giving the chance to Kimbo to basically rebuild.
Yeah. How would you... What was the next step then there, Devem, on a tactical level?
Just park the T-34 on top of that packen, and I would have used my own packen that he had nearby to destroy the weapon.
There you go. Just a little bit more aggression required perhaps, but he seems comfortable to just sit on Kimbo right now. Not going for anything too crazy.
Well, CN still has a pretty big advantage, so it isn't like game-changing, but, you know, you never want to give Kimbo a chance to come back.
Well, Coming Heroes mechanics, Coming Heroes 2 mechanics in particular.
Yeah.
More manpower income per minute when you're down on your cards. Currently, Kimbo's getting 242 and CN only 204 because of his much smaller army. Panzer IV's on its way. There you go. It's going to be versus. Yes, 2 T-34s. Still advantage to CN. But Kimbo has 70 fuel in the bag, so it's not as drastically different as you'd think.
Yeah. You know, he's just still up against the packen that CN stole. So that T4 has a long road ahead of him.
As well, yeah. That's a really good point. Vet 3 Grenadiers. Pushed away by the SVT. Vet 3 conscripts. Find the house there. There's the machine gun. Finding Kimbo's machine gun. Oh, and the pack's been found out yet again. Can the T-34 decrew it before the Panzer IV can rescue?
He can get a decrew. Yep.
Oh, he can't destroy it though thanks to the wall. And here comes the Panzer IV now. And a Faust as well. This could be very good for Kimbo.
He needs the packen and it's sitting in the center of the map, not quite positioned.
Right, goes stationary. He's got one shot in and the pack's there as well. That's one dead tank. Which pack was I talking about though? Yeah. There's another pack, and this time it's CN's. He's getting spotted for by the conscripts, but he's out of range now. Devon was mentioning that this T-34's in base, reading the manual. I don't know what he's doing.
How do we drive this? Definitely.
What that? What the hell?
Definitely a lot of mistakes from CN here. He's giving Kimbo the opportunity to come back. I don't think he will, but he's giving the opportunity to.
Oh, now you're here. Great.
Just on time.
So bad.
But if CN wins this, we are about to see a double win from allies today instead of a double win for Axis.
No, I just think that games 1 and 2 are fake, and then it's going to be a best of 5 with 5 Axis wins in a row, you know.
They're just warming up and then...
This is the warm-up, yeah. We've got a long road ahead of us today, guys. It's a best of 7. And, yeah, you're in for a good one, hopefully. Hopefully this is just a sign of things to come. You never want to overcommit on your first couple of games, so order a takeaway, maybe. Get a case of beers.
Yeah, just relax and see Kimbo try and troll his opponent.
When you said relax then, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. There's ASMR. Now relax as Dev M&AE take you
Now
on a
close
company
your
of
eyes.
heroes journey. Yeah, do a Siberian GT. Sleep for 5 hours whilst on stream. Here we see the conscripts circled by the Panzer IV, moving away to their
Everything
deaths.
in and out.
Oh, damn it! Don't do this to me! Your voice in particular seems to grab me like that, I don't know why. Anyway, Pack 40 pushes the Panzer IV away. We've got the Kimbo Pack 40 watching on as well as the conscripts push in and the Grenadiers wait. Their rifle nade has missed, so the fight will continue. For now.
Kimbo trying to get some kind of VP to his own side because, you know, he's down to 130 VPs now.
Oh, yes.
That T-34 is just facing with the rear armor.
Classic. We've got them possibly arranging for a flank here. They're doing a sort of pincer. Or at least they're starting to. He's waiting for a third, though. No, just push in with these two. This'll do, CN. I reckon you can make this work. He's also, don't forget, got Sturmovik rocket runs now at his disposal.
The GG push, I feel like. If he gets that plaque down, the P4 can't do much. He's going
Imagine
for
if he'd
it.
gone for a Katusha. That would have been good, eh? Panzer IV could wipe this. Maybe.
Yeah, he's still playing so cautious.
Yes, Panzer IV just got a big shot suffered from the Pack 40 and a second one. Sien's waiting for his third T-34, man.
He really wants to play this safe, huh?
Yes. Back to the Talisman School of Co-Gamesmanship, it seems.
Oh no. Maybe secretly he's been coaching CN on how to play the game.
Could be from his secret base in Finland.
Yeah.
Panzer IV going in for a shot despite if it... Oh my god, it's a bounce. Kimbo is playing so dangerously. The Soviet Pack 40 is now down. He's going to try and recrew it.
Okay, now he's going in with the T-34s, one from each side.
I think so, yes. Oh, the suppression gets the conscripts. Can he get this? Panzer IV, no. He blitzkriegs out of there. That's that high-pitched engine squeal you can hear.
And it misses.
No,
P4
it
down.
doesn't.
This is the GG moment, eh?
Yeah, Pack 40 down as well. Okay, fair enough, CN. We'll stop bad-mouthing you now. It worked. Fair enough. Well played. 1-1, it seems.
You can tell us to shut up now.
And the servers actually indicated when the game was over. This was indeed a joyous day. GG.
안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 됐냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말 많은 도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 1년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 톤의 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다.
And we're now live in Game 3 of the International Classic and the best of 5 for the Grand Finals. Starts now. It's 1-1 in technically a best of 7, and we finally have a different map. It's Champs-Élysées, everybody. We have Kimbo playing as the British. And
and
Devon.
we have CN playing as OKW now. So this is a matchup that's very interesting because I feel like it's always dependent on how strong the Brits are in that particular patch. So if the Brits aren't very good, OKW can dominate the match. And if Brits happen to be just slightly OP, then OKW has a very tough time getting into the game. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's a kind of glass cannon faction, isn't it? At times, Brits.
Yeah.
They're very linear, very predictable. If they're played very well against OKW, at least they do have a chance in Elite Level 1 versus 1. But Kimbo's going for that. Is the commander is of course using a special weapons regiment. I thought he'd be using Lend-Lease actually when I started that sentence. I didn't actually look, and then I just expected Lend-Lease, and I was greeted with special weapons. What does he get from that?
You know, it's a overall decent commander, so he gets the tank hunters, which I don't think he'll use, but we might see them either way. I think the best ability, though, is Hold the Line that he has access to. And eventually, if he does get to a very late game stage, he might want to use a Crocodile, although, honestly, I'm not expecting to see Crocodile this game.
No, we don't have a spare 55 minutes available to us. Infantry sections in the north. There's just a 4 infantry section build from Kimbo. CN. He's got a few doctrines available. First Storm, Overwatch, very popular one, and Grand Defensive Doctrine. Made, of course, by community legend Rosbone.
I think out of all these, you'll probably see Jaeger light infantry. I mean Overwatch, which has the Jaeger light infantry. Just because that sector assault for the late game is really good.
K-Pen triggered in chat, very good. As the infantry sections push forward, Stern Pioneers behind a light cover tank trap, which doesn't make that much sense relative to co-reverse, but there you go. Tommy's back away. Back on the western side, 2 brave cohorts of British.
Yeah, I mean, he'll push off the Volk squad from here. Now it's a question if he can hold the other side. I think that this is a bit unusual, though. He's going for a really big tier 1 with the universal carrier now.
Yeah, it is a bit unusual. We have got a 4 Folks Grenadier build from CN as well.
That's
Probably going straight into the flak half track, almost definitely.
usually when you see 4 Volk squads, that usually signals that he's going for mechanized, because you want more pressure in the time for a longer period of time, so you do the 4th Volk squad to kind of get the hang of the fuel. So I think
Famous
it's the
Puma
mechanized.
versus AEC confrontation,
Yeah.
then if DevM's right. Let's see which way this goes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because of the fourth Volk squad it's going to be a mechanized. But we'll see.
Not that you have to prove anything to us, Devem. You've already kind of won like 3 world championships, etc., etc.
Crew stand ready.
And I'm hoping for your sake that this is a mechanized truck. We're looking at it, Devem. We're waiting.
That Volk squad is just outside the capping circle, and I think CN has seen that. It has been sitting doing nothing for like 30 seconds.
Oh. Universal carrier. Going for the Vickers K.
Fire from enemy bastards.
Stops building but does suffer a casualty there. And another. CN really wants to neutralise this fuel.
And we also have a push now to the other fuel on the south of the map.
Infantry ready to spot. Enemy causing trouble. Trying to take one of our points.
Oh, Devem! Devem, it's a battle group headquarters!
He went for battle group.
Surprising. Nobody likes to play with light, all these light vehicles like you do, I think. Everyone just likes a slow and steady game.
I usually see 3 Volks into battle group to get that fast flak after, and I've discussed this with Isildur before. You usually want to rush that flak after as soon as possible because it's so cheap on the fuel
Yeah.
that
yeah.
your opponent struggles to find the counter in the first few seconds that it's out.
Very powerful unit, isn't it, the flak half
Yeah,
track?
it is.
It has to be protected by a Rakettenwerfer or 2, though.
I do feel like Brits do have the right tools to deal with the flak aftrack though, because they're kind of how their tiers work. You naturally get a Tegan, and that's a big counter to the flak aftrack.
3 Thomas versus a lone Folks Grenadier here. CN's just trying to hold the line. He needs fuel. He wants it. And it's going to be a very difficult hold for three men like that. He does have reinforcements, though. One of which has a Panzerschreck.
What? I think it's the first time I've seen a Panzerschreck on a Stern Pioneer in a competitive match.
Yeah, it's not often seen. Does feel like watching Noob Olympics with the Panzerschreck Stern Pioneers. They are forced away past the infantry sections as now here he comes. The Universal Carrier knows his counters off the field, so he comes straight onto it.
And right now, Kimbo is doing very well.
Capture point is being overrun.
I think Cian is surprised that Kimbo kind of blocked up dummy squads and got surprised by that. But you know,
Infantry
we are
squad
used to
trained
seeing
and
that
ready
from
to
Kimbo,
go.
the blob. It's the classic.
Ha! Kim Blob Mad Slice indeed.
Reinforcements are ready. A supply
As
carrier and weapon
somebody asked in
sections
chat
are
about what we expect CN to go. I mean, he's definitely not probably going to Overwatch and Grand Offensive. If he wanted them, he wouldn't have gone full Folks Grenadier. So I think that's why we haven't seen a commander choice thus far, is he's not utilising any non-stock infantry.
Yeah, I think CN right now needs to kind of stabilize a bit. So I would probably go still for the flak aftrack and then for a Rakettenwerfer. And just overall try to get a good grasp on one of these field points that he's struggling so much with.
He really is. I mean, a lot of people on this map kind of try and go north fuel as east, and having analysed it and, you know, given a lot of feedback to this map creation process, part of that competition I ran earlier this year, I actually think it's easiest to go south fuel as east, even though it's slightly further away from the base, and it's based on how the map's constructed. I'll show you that if I can at some point when these players aren't trying to kill each other.
How dare they?
He's trying to take a point from us.
But yeah, basically it's all nice and open down here, and I feel like you can get a better grasp of it from that direction. If you try and go north, you've got all this in your way, and I feel, I don't know, you get cut off more easily.
And the Universal Carrier is about to die.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
We've just lost some
Well
armor.
cool, Demo. And immediately salvaged, how brutal.
Well, he needs all the fuel he can get, so
Heavy machine gun
very good from him.
Yes, so he's not capturing fuel points, he's getting fuel from salvaging
Yeah.
wrecks. Clever strategy there.
Genius. Now, Kimbo is doing something very interesting. Because of that, you know, good start that he had, he's taking straight up to tier 4.
Wow, there we go. No time to go for an AEC for its surprising amount of anti-infantry capability. It's going to go straight for a Cromwell, most likely.
Yeah, Kimbo basically had the best start he could get. He didn't feel the need to get a counter to any like light vehicles such as the Flak Half-Track or a Panther 2 or a Puma. And because of that, he just stacked up, and he's still, you know, doing so much in the map with all of that. So it's really impressive.
Yeah, it is. Only Tank Hunters is his anti-tank, and he's not even had to use them in that way.
Yeah, I feel like CN didn't want to commit the fuel for a light vehicle because he fell behind. But I think he needed to. He needed to have a light vehicle so you could punish Kimbo if you wanted to skip some tiers.
Yeah, not seeing a Flak Half-Track as OKW. Or anything like that. A Panzer II, of course, is the alternative. It's just so odd. It's so often that they heavily rely on the infantry to do their heavy lifting. Sorry, vehicles to do the heavy anti-infantry lifting.
Just look at this flanking from Kimbo now behind the MG with the dummy squad. And
Well
Kimbo
played
is just,
by the pole.
yeah, he's just winning engagements left and right.
Yes, he's recapturing sectors in the south right now. He's up against Fox Grenadiers on heavy cover though, so he can't push in too far down there. Meanwhile, CN backs out of this garrison. Kimbo jumps into it. More Fox Grenadiers arrive.
Honestly, this is starting to be a little bit of a massacre.
Well, nothing big has died yet. The only units who've died is the Universal Carrier. But
Yeah.
if we were to check out the stats, I mean, it certainly is massively in Kimbo's favour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even though there has been no wipes yet, the way Kimbo has been playing these early engagements, he has been trading so efficiently, model per model.
Another great flank there. MG34 couldn't quite see them thanks to the tree. It backs away.
Yeah, just such a strong harassment from Kimbo, and she's trying to set up, but I think he'll eat a grenade.
No, he just cancelled the animation, got out of there. Kimbo doesn't see the writing on the wall. Right, gets Shrek'd in the face. But still, well, this is an infantry section about to die. Let's just make sure we pay respects to its death.
He needed that.
He really did. But in a perverse way, because Kimbo's had a lot of fuel, this might sound incredibly weird. But if there's the only time it's like not as bad to lose an entire squad is when you're trying to get your first tank out and you've got an advantage. There's like a very small window where losing a squad is still bad, but it's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And this is the exact moment for Kimbo because he wants to get the manpower for his Cromwell.
Yeah, no need to reinforce now.
Yep, more manpower per minute.
Just look at his blob going into that full squad. Classic Kimbo.
He loves it.
He almost has the shield for the Cromwell.
Yeah, getting there.
CN recognizes this and he's already building the Raketen in anticipation for the Cromwell.
Raketenwerfer ready.
It's going to be difficult though. This map does have a lot of site blockers, a lot of garrisons. Cromwell's going to have a nice period of happiness as he rolls over the corpses of Germans. Kimbo's... Okay, that's what I'm saying. He's getting the Royal Engineer. He's got more than enough manpower. He'll be fine. There's 110 fuel. There's the Cromwell.
Yep. He made calculations. He knew that he had space for one more squad being built. And I'm kind of worried for CN in the next few minutes, because I think that Cromwell will start denying both fuel points. He's just probably going to roam around the map and deny everything.
Cheeky nade on the MG there. Due to the spacing, he will be okay.
He's also building some mines, AE. If you see the road that's just on the
I see it.
north of
I
that
see it.
TP, yeah.
so much staying power these 5-man infantry sections have. Especially this one behind the heavy cover.
They really deal very well with OKW in general.
Nades just aren't as powerful as they used to be due to the MG spacing. It's like one crew member at a time dies.
Well, my crewmate got grenaded, but I need to go in there.
Exactly. Here we go. Well, I have to get a better angle on this Volksgrenadier squad.
Okay, he's going straight to the field now. That Volksgrenadier is going to be in trouble if he doesn't get that back to base.
Ooh, low health already as well. Kimbo's going to go stationary, get that accuracy, and... Okay, maybe the next one. He's also got tank hunters on the retreat path. This is one dead Volksgrenadier.
Yeah, I think it's a wipe. Yep, so he gets that squad back that CN killed earlier.
Oh, Rakettenwerfer has been flanked as well. Cone of fire was judged by Kimbo there. Oh, this Cromwell's on parade. Getting up and down the streets of Paris. Having a great old time.
Yeah, I think that what CN needs to do now is get maybe a second Rakettenwerfer and just wait for the P4. Because the VP count is still very kind of neutral. So he has the time to play with.
I daren't look at the KD right now for CM, but I'm sure it's not going to be good. And indeed it isn't. 72-43 as OKW isn't very satisfying for CN there.
He's trying to hunt down the Cromwell, but just so slippery.
Yes, there's a slippery 30-ton tank. You just can't grip him. It's like an eel.
It really is in the hands of Kimbo. This thing just seems like different beasts.
Ah, he's done well. He's got 6 kills. Helped with a squad wipe. Got an assist at least.
Yeah, Kimbo is just doing so well with the Cromwell. He's always going around the map, and the Raketen obviously is a very immobile unit, so he can't really follow up where the Cromwell is going all the time.
That's what the Shreks are meant to be doing. They just can't quite set up in time. Oh! Cromwell's destroying buildings now! This guy knows no bounds! So he's going to crew all of his Tommies with the resupply half-track, which is a better fuel acquisition. It's 30 fuel, 270 manpower or something, and I think it works out better than the upgrade. Oh, he has the upgrade anyway. Why has he done this?
Who knows?
And it's not cheaper than the upgrade anyway. Helping Hands once told me that. Maybe they patched it after that.
CN doing a very much needed push into the fuel point. Oh, grenade in the whole squad. Yeah.
Good news. The ability
Yeah,
is
those
ready
dummy
for
spark
use.
grenades are deadly.
Enemy threatening a capture point.
He's also got... Oh, look at this from Kimbo. He's operative on all sectors at the moment.
A capture point is being overrun.
Operating on a full tank of gas. CN does have his Panzer IV on its way though, and of course the anti-tank options are slightly limited by Kimbo. Doesn't have the 6-pounder out, just got the tank hunters and the Cromwell.
This is the first time I'm seeing this map, honestly. And I can already see that Kimbo knows the map very well, or at least how to play around the shot blockers, because I also see that it has many shot blockers. So the Etigans don't have a very easy time countering the vehicles.
No. Kimbo has played a lot on this map actually. He did play in the map tournaments, and I'm not so sure CN did. So he has had a good amount of time. In fact, I think he won that
He's trying
tournament.
to take a point from us.
We do have finally the P4 out, a very much needed P4.
Steiner's P4 here to save the day, perhaps.
A supply carrier is ready to
Imperial
supply our
Dane would be
units.
proud.
Waiting for orders.
Could somebody in chat explain why the half track is there and what it's doing? I don't actually understand.
We're losing a capture point.
Call me a noob, that's fine.
Well, first of all, he's getting the upgrades in the infantry sections.
Yes, but can't he get them anyway?
Our supply
From the
line's broken.
base.
Enemy causing
I
trouble.
suppose he
Trying
could.
to take one of our points.
But he doesn't want to.
I think they are different weapons, aren't they?
Ah, it's a Vickers. Yeah, it is a Vickers, which adds a different damage profile. They're quite
Anti-tank
beefy, aren't they?
gun. Enemy threatening a capture
I'll
point.
be honest and say I'm not.
I think it's the
best
Vickers
player,
over the
but-
Bren, but
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
I
like the
think
heavy
they're-
engineers on the AVRE commander, they've got this Vickers. It's pretty powerful.
Our capture point. They're trying to take it.
Jibber Jabber Jobber, who is the man that knows, says they have a very similar profile to the Browning automatic. They built the bar, so yeah, fair enough.
Okay, makes sense then.
Well, I have been enjoying the heavy engineers, so I can see that they're powerful. Very good.
I'm very impressed that Sienna has been crawling back into the match. He now has a much healthier map control. You just need to see what Kimbo is planning. If he's planning a big maneuver to try and get Sienna's position destroyed, but I don't think that he needs one extra tank, I feel like.
Oh, Cromwell's toggling in and out. Eats a Raquette and Verfa shot there. Meanwhile, Kimber's trying to push. We've got the MG in the south. A lot of clutch mines have decimated Folks Grenadier squads recently, so the manpower attrition continues. Kimbo should be thinking about his second tank very shortly.
He's actually going for the hammer specialization in the headquarters. So that would give him the combat tank. So he's backing his late game into that combat.
Also got CN now has chosen the Grand Offensive Doctrine. Well, he probably chose it earlier, but he's got smoke bombs available to him for a big push later on. Of course, the OKW Tiger which goes through very handy.
I'm not sure if we are going to see that tiger, but it could be a nice surprise.
A much longer game than we've currently got planned, but the victory points are quite level, reasonably so at least, and you know, we've seen stranger things happen. In fact, the last game I cast with Kimbo involved on this map did have a tiger featured.
Oh, he did? Was it the OKW one as well?
Yep. Alright, M3's mobilising. It's done its duty, giving everybody nearly everybody a Vickers, going down south now. And the Obersoldaten don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, he wants to kill the Oversoldat, and he has the dummy squads going around, and I think CN saw that.
Oh, that's brutal by Kimbo. What an arranged kill there. Oh, he throws a grenade on the mine, but it doesn't work. And the Obersoldaten survive to tell the tale, but that could have been an amazing kill by Kimbo.
He's now going to harass Raketten, and once that's back, maybe he'll feel more comfortable pushing in.
Storm grenade to no effect. It's been a triple cap from CN for a while. Kimbo doesn't care about victory points right now, he's going for the kill.
Yeah, he really does not.
We're losing a capture point.
The 6-pounder just found the Panzer IV and forces it away.
The 6-pounder just pounding at the P4.
Loves it. Cromwell's now got 15 kills and counting.
Overall, I feel like Kimbo should have more map control just because these dummy squads are so deadly. But Sienna's been doing a really great job at maintaining map control.
Yeah, either he's picked up the pace and he's found his tactical flow, or Kimbo's let his foot off the gas, or a possible combination of the two. Nice shot from the Panzer IV there. Gets hit again by the 6-pounder. Obersoldaten pushing in on the flanks here. And Folks Grenadiers. Pincer movement.
Very good flank on the AT gun. If he gets his AT gun,
Oh.
that P4 might go in.
lot of health damage and manpower damage was done there. CreativeName is pushed in on the flanks, but Royal Engineers find them.
The expander got decrewed, and we have the Rocketen moving in to deal with the Cromwell. And we might have another squad wipe.
What's a shot by the Cromwell there? That's a Vet 5 folks ground. Here you go, stationary, picks up the kill. Oh my god.
I couldn't believe this.
I want what they've had for breakfast. That was insanity.
What the hell were those two shots?
It's a Comet tank. He's made a Comet tank look like a Cromwell tank. And he's also got a Comet on its way as well, so...
Yeah, I think that CN seems to be in trouble now.
CreativeName down as well, and just like that, all that slow creeping into the game, it's now for nothing. He's going to take the CreativeName, is he? No, he's going to destroy it with a 6-pounder. He grenades it for good measure.
That's not even a grenade, that's a gammon bomb, I think.
Oh, he spends 50 munitions on destroying it.
Yeah, sometimes it's just something really destroyed. Now,
Yes, indeed.
CN, how's the feel for a Panther or a Tiger soon? The big problem though is manpower income.
Fortunately for Kimbo, he did not retreat into that bundle there. He stood his ground. And there's the retreat of CN in the wake of that Comet. There's the Cromwell. Drives down the boulevard looking for some manpower attrition on the way back. Panzer IV hits him in the front. CreativeName misses and Faust cannot initiate.
I have to say that the Panzer Shrek Sturmpioneers have been very underwhelming.
Yes, they've got a lot of veterancy for them, but given that Vet 4 and 5 for OKW these days doesn't do anything.
This Cromwell is just on a rampage. He just hit another shot that killed like 3 models.
Well, MG34 pushed off as well. Kimbo has to capitalise on that push, surely. He's allowing him to still have the northern fuel. And Victory Point, he's built a Jove trench in the centre.
Does it have the Jove name now, that trench?
I've named it after Jove, yeah. He's not in the game anymore. They used to spam trenches in tournament games, so yeah.
Comet is showing his face, just about avoiding the Rocketen arc of fire.
Comet backs away as the Shreks push in. Panzer IV on the prowl. We got a 6-pounder. Oh, what an awesome
That's
shot
Cromwell,
there.
like,
That was the Cromwell, not the Comet again. Yeah, 29 kills now. And there's the Comet.
what? This Cromwell is just doing so much damage. How is this possible?
No, that was the Cromwell again. It's
No,
got 31 kills,
yeah,
you're right. I just looked, I thought it was the Comet this time. That's only got 2 kills still. This Cromwell is an inhuman destroyer of life. What the hell is that thing? Look,
That's accuracy.
look at that. It's just an absolute travesty. It's just resting on the skull of a German as well. Brutal. Truly is. Helping Hands in chat. A rather splendid Cromwell. Need to make a meme of Helping Hands in like 2016 in the tournament site. Clicks button, sees 110 fuel. A rather splendid Cromwell.
People are going forward, but Kimbo is already mobilizing his tank army.
Right, Panzer IV in jeopardy as the Cromwell ace pushes in. CreativeName and Shrek try to defend against the Cromwell ace, but it's an impossible job.
The Cromwell ace.
Still CN staying in the game. He's just capped. Oh, and here it is. Doesn't matter anymore. The game has been happening, but the Tiger is here to save the day.
I don't think it will be enough, but maybe you can show me that I'm wrong.
Well, the bigger story is that the Cromwell ace is being prepared. The Cromwell ace is the true hype thing. Your Tigers are boring. They're au fait. That's so 2020. It's all about Cromwell aces now.
It would be pretty funny if it was ace Cromwell that just
Kills the
kills
tiger,
Yeah, that kills the tiger in the end.
Could be. Alright, anyway, this vanilla tiger goes forward. Cromwell backs away, not willing to show his true power quite yet. Infantry section somehow survives this onslaught. Comet was thinking of a flank.
Yeah.
There's that. Look at that quadruple. Jeopardy.
And Cromwell is going forward.
Yeah, got some shots in, some damage.
The tiger is
some
already
top.
so low.
He is. Comet's got a good shot off on the Panzer IV as well.
The half track went down to the Rocketen and Panzer Shrek.
No, not the half track. We didn't know you very well. We didn't know why you were here, but you certainly were here at one point. Cromwell Ace is going in. The Comet's thinking of it as well. We've had a double retreat of the Rakettenwerfer and the Stern Pioneers. The two Wehrmacht tanks back up of the OKW army, at least, and the Tiger could go down here. Will the Cromwell Ace get the killing blow? That's what we all care about, Devem. Yes, it does! Cromwell Ace! Uber LS! Amazing! This Cromwell knows no bounds. It's the destroyer of armies, the conqueror of worlds.
It was a comment.
Amazing. Confirm. Play back over. It does not matter. We're now living in a new age. The age of the Cromwell Ace. Thank you. This best of 7 has now been cancelled. We have hit our peak. I was just telling Devem that Cromwell's woken me up now. We've got some games to cast. I'm back. Good.
Like, what was that Cromwell? It never missed a shot almost. It went like, what, 3 squads almost?
I just think Helping Hands came in chat and said, I bless you, Cromwell. You are a blessed Cromwell indeed.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it did more than the comment.
It did way more. And ended up being crucial in killing the tiger as
Why
well.
did he even attack for the comment if he could have went for like a double Cromwell?
One's all you need.
Well, that's true, I guess.
One's all you need. Everything else is a support function. The Comet was there for logistics. To help out the Cromwell, indeed. Alright then. Let's just...
It's for logistic.
Oh, we got the game ready to... Oh, have we, actually?
I
No, that
don't
was the
think
last
they
one.
have
That
started
was the
yet.
last one. Okay, I'm going to go make a coffee. I don't know what happened to my last coffee. I really hope my milk hasn't gone sour. Do you want me to show you?
Show me.
It's really not looking very healthy. So I was casting this game. I went, ooh, lovely coffee. I looked down and I was like, oh.
He already role-playing the coffee from the trenches.
I
It's like
may
World
not.
War I.
Have you seen Blackadder? Oh dear. But I may have not boiled the kettle. That's my other theory. Anyway, I'll be right back.
안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 됐냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말 많은 도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 2년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 톤의 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다.
Hello there, and welcome to game 4 of this best of 7 series. Devem, don't laugh at me. We're seeing CN playing as a faction that Devem knows very well, aren't we?
Yeah, it's USF, one of the best factions in the game. And he's up against Kimbo playing as OKW. This matchup is a really tough one for USF, I feel like. Because he's playing... Yeah, he's playing against an aggressive faction, an equally aggressive faction, and I do feel like OKW is even a little bit better in the early game than USF is.
Yeah, they can be, if you play them right. Again, he launches in with Grand Defensive Doctrine. People keep saying that Kimbo just copies other people's meta. He was asked about this on Thursday evening, and Kimbo's answer was, well, yeah, I think my micro's better, so I just copy their builds and then I'm going to win the series, right? So that's why we're seeing that. So, I mean, what are you going to want to see from CN to make this work and keep in the series?
I would have liked to see maybe a Jeep just to keep the pressure on in the early game, but he's already chosen a commander and it isn't that one, it's heavy cavalry. Definitely a lieutenant. It's kind of the only thing you can do against OKW is make good use of the Steward and hope that you can get some good pushes in with the BAR timing. Other than that, maybe he's planning on going for the Pershing, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be a good choice. But overall, I just want to see a very aggressive USF play as soon as he gets the BARs out.
Also, the Rifleman mines he could plant. They do take a while to plant, but they are pretty okay. Stern Pioneers have pushed away in the early game, which, as a lot of people know, means USF have usually had an okay start when that happens.
It seems like Kimbo has learned from his past mistakes and he isn't doing a full Panzer Fusilier build order, so it's now the third unit that he's building.
Yeah, as learnt from Isildur last Saturday. Two Panzer Fusiliers.
And already, I don't like to start from CN, already getting pressured in the center with the Sternpio and the Volks Grenadier.
Gets a couple of kills there, but they still close the distance. Oh, and there's the flank.
Okay, now I'm liking what I'm seeing, very nice.
He's nodding his head on webcam, I like it. Stern Pioneers forced off. Panzer Fusiliers are trying to hold the line, but that bush stands in their way. Just all seeing how powerful bushes can be, especially against Fallschirmjägers.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what CN is. Okay, he's going for the lieutenant. Okay, pretty standard then. He has he has done a great job in the early game at doing some manpower bleed against the Volksgrenadier and the Stern Pioneer, so that's going to be really useful to keep him basically on the aggressive seat in the game. Aggressor seat.
The seat of aggression.
The seat of aggression.
I like it. Riflemen don't have as much health as they would like. Panzer Fusiliers are trying to reconnect the fuel, but the fuel's been disconnected itself, so Kimbo is faltering slightly here. He's got the boys backing up though, so he's preparing to annihilate this rifleman. Advances, but they do have some support.
I think it's somewhat to be expected that Kimbo is losing the early game as soon as he goes for the Panzer Fusiliers. They're just so much weaker than the Volks earlier on.
Kimbo's really struggling to find any cover he wants to use here, and he's attempted the rifleman somehow out of their green cover there. I don't know why they closed the distance there, but they did. Meanwhile, Stern Pioneer just racked up some kills, forced away themselves though.
Yeah, overall, though, Siena is doing a great job at pressuring Kimbo. This is what he needs to do, he just needs to keep up the pressure now. He hasn't...
barely any territories at the moment, just got a few home sectors.
Yeah. Although I think that Kimbo is not really in trouble, just because the build order that he's going to go for is a very stable one as soon as he gets the battle group. He just needs to get the healing out, the Raketten and a flak half track, and he's okay. I do want to see CN being more aggressive though, so we are seeing the upgrade coming now, and I hope that we see the Steward soon, and that he doesn't let Kimbo get a hold of any of the fuel points.
No, and Kimbo's going to be looking to get his truck set up ASAP so he can use some of this munitions he's hoarding and get his G43s out most likely, back to Rakettenwerfer, and go from there. But the Stuart's going to have a nice little hunting period now.
Secure the vehicle. Location set.
Yeah, you will. And the only counter that Kimbo really has are the snares. Unless, of course, he wants to go for the Panzerschreck yet again.
Yes, I was about to say, but it's very expensive at 100
Yeah.
munitions, you know. Very expensive. Riflemen coming in here. Volksgrenadiers and Panzer Fusiliers backing away.
Yeah, and he's trying to regain control of one of the fuel points, but getting the lieutenant... Okay, never mind, yeah, the stun grenade.
Used for closing the distance primarily.
I'm surprised that Kimbo is trying to get damage on the lieutenant instead of capturing the points.
Riflemen really low. Volksgrenadier is similar. Cien's got more strength in numbers. Meanwhile, Lieutenant's getting harried on retreat.
But the Steward is here to help out now, and the ambulance is also being built. I would also say that it's good if CN can bait out the snares, because it's going to delay the G43s and the SDGs for the OKW army. If you can get that Steward always repaired in a fast manner, then it's always worth it.
What is happening today? If we see 4 allied wins in a row, it'd be so funny. We're entering a best of 3, and all of the factions will be unlocked after this game, so we'll be going back to Soviets versus Wehrmacht for them.
Basically, yeah, I was going to say that.
Can confirm my milk was off. I've put soy milk in my coffee instead, which is underwhelming to say the least.
We now have the Steward harassing the fuel point. Yeah, he isn't letting Kimbo get the fuel, which is really nice from CN.
Yeah, he's doing well this game. Certainly feeling powerful as USF. We had no upgrades on the Panzer Fusiliers yet. He instead got the Sturmgewehrs up on one of his Volksgrenadier squads. May have planted a mine up somewhere, Demo. His munitions seems a little bit weak, or has he just had that little map control?
Yeah, I think it was the SCG upgrade on one of the Volk squads.
That's all it was as well. Here we go. We've got G43s coming up for this Panzer Fusilier
Yeah.
here.
The enemy has
So,
occupied
weapon
the supply
upgrades.
chain. A resource sector has been isolated.
No mines though.
Panzer IV commanders are now authorized to call
Stuart's
in
got
artillery
4 kills
fire.
thus far. Now targeting this Folks Grenadier squad. Backs behind the heavy cover and
Anti-tank gun has taken
tries
the
to get
field.
out of there. Got an easy retreat path if he needs it. But here come the riflemen.
And BARs are upgraded as well, so I'm expecting to see double BARs on the rifleman really soon.
Next time they go back to base. And there goes one of them.
Yeah, Kimbo is starting to look like a Ease coffee. Not very famous.
Stale, milky, and full of lumps.
Yes.
Ugh. That's not very stimulating. It's kind of revolting. Either way, Kimbo's having a torrid game 4 thus far. He's not really finding his groove. And Allies OP today, it seems, as they're again over finds the Stuart. Lieutenant coming in from the sides, standing their ground with the G43s.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the game is over in any way, just because the build that Kimbo did is a very late game build.
Ah.
But I think it's on CN's hands to basically deny the map furthermore for Kimbo until he gets the Sherman out.
Cheeky Rakettenwerfer, look at this. He's pushing all the way up.
He wants the sword.
Ah, he decides against it in the end. We also have another rifleman coming in. Should be okay to retreat here, but it's going to be close. Ah, there we
If
go.
he gets out Raketten though, that would be huge. But he doesn't.
KD at present. Oh, press that bloody button. There we go. KD at present is pretty decent for CN. I mean, he is against Panzer Fusiliers as well as Folks Grenadiers, so yeah, I would say that's definitely in his favour.
Yeah, I think that the amount of points that CN captured is probably more revealing than the kill count at the moment.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. We've got captures 21, lost 12. That's strong.
Kimbo didn't even go for the flak abstract just because of the fuel pressure. If he went for the flak abstract, that P4 would be delayed by a lot.
Rifleman getting Kimbo hammered here on retreat.
Supply half-track is in action. Standing by for setting of command.
Here we have the force going off on the Steward.
Infantry group are
Oh,
lost.
infantry group are lost. Where was that, Devon?
I actually didn't see that one.
You would have lost that squad in a tournament game, Devon. That's... It was certainly a Panzer Fusilier that just died. And aircraft investigation time. See if you can find a fragment of their jawbone in amongst the wreckage, perhaps.
I'm sure that this chat saw that, so we can...
Oh, chat
Eventually.
always see. Yeah, the casters are always crap at camera work, blah, blah, blah. I've been watching tournament games, both casted by myself and other people, for a very long time. And
I
there's
agree with
always
the building.
one thing missed, at least. And we've had our miss. No more misses, Devon. We've had our token miss.
This it wasn't like a sniper that. So
Yes, only Panzer Fusilier. Was the one with the upgrade, though, so...
okay, that's kind of big.
Yeah, it was kind of big. We got this Stuart forced away, Lieutenant forced...
We lost a gun crew.
Gets rid of the Rakettenwerfer, can't crew it though and loses the 4th man in his squad. Meanwhile, MG34 is playing cat and mouse with the rifleman, but there's another one joining the fray.
The Raketten also went down or got decrewed in the south. He
Yep.
got it back just about now. And overall, just very good pressure from CN.
Especially with that
rifleman-
vital Panzer Fusilier death.
Yeah. The riflemen with double BARs and the veterancy, they just roll over the Volk squads until they can get the SCGs and they get a little bit more vet. Which is why that Panzer Fusilier death was really big. It had the upgrade and it started getting some very good veterancy, which would be a really good counter for the riflemen.
Double mines coming up in the northeast from the riflemen. They capture territory and they keep it. Stuart rolls in. He's gotten 13 kills. It's not the worst tally ever, but it certainly could be better.
I think it's decent. Now, I'm sure that, yeah, Major is almost out. And that will hit the field much earlier than the P4.
Interestingly, an aggressive Schwer headquarters placement from Kimbo. Very rare in elite level play where you see the Schwer that far up. Second man's Busley squad lucky to survive there.
I think he needed to. When you are this far behind, you kind of need to risk it with tier 4 to help you out, acquire the fuel point and protect the cutoff.
Ready to deploy.
MG getting harassed by the steward. He needs to get that back to base.
Yeah, he might lose the veterancy here. You're alright. Stuart's killed much more handsome now at 15. Stone Pioneer's trying to cap this fuel, but Kimbo's been pushed off the map here. And as Devem says, the Major's now out, and fuel-wise, Sien has more than enough for a Sherman. So yeah, wonder what he's thinking.
I wonder if he's going for the Sherman. Okay, he really is, okay. Because he had multiple routes he could take. He could have even maybe waited. But I think
It
he's
sounds
going...
insane, but with the amount of manpower he just had, 600, he could have cashed up and just gone for the Pershing, you know. Just tried to hold one fuel. It's not unheard of.
I think he honestly made the right choice. He wants to keep the pressure up, and if you wait for the Pershing, you would lose some map presence. With the Sherman, you can be sure that Kimbo will never touch any of these fuel points.
Oops, we've
And
got
again,
a building for
Company of
Kimbo
Heroes
next.
is like a game of min-maxing.
Minimum effort for maximum gain. So
Yes, unless you have the Cromwell Ace, then it's just...
maximum pain.
yes.
Now the Sherman's coming at him. Imperial Dane, of course, reckons this is the best tank in the game.
Yeah, it's GG. Sherman's on the field.
Combat unit ready.
Even the OKW P4 can't pair up with this beast of a tank.
Saying that, we've seen some allied kind of medium tanks doing very well today so far. That was a nice, juicy, high explosive round, so he knows how to use the buttons.
Yeah, I mean, the Sherman is a really good anti-infantry tank. The only problem really they can is when you want to use it to actually kill other tanks.
There you go. That'll certainly help out. Stern Pioneer's got a really torrid retreat path here. No Kimbo pushing on retreat though from CN. Always funny when Kimbo has his own tactics used against him.
I wonder what Kimbo is thinking now.
Ooh, grenade on retreat, not quite well timed enough there. The Obus certainly had the right intent.
Capabilities ready for deployment.
No, I think that CN knows that he did. That he had very good control of the fuel point, so that P4 is really delayed. I'm not sure if he wants to adventure with the building a second Sherman, but I think it would be pretty nice at this point.
Well, indeed. Obers were so close to imminent death there with the mine inches from their feet. Kimbo's going north. He really needs a victory point, so this Stuart is going to try and stop that.
And we actually have the captain out, so he's going for a more of a standard build order where he's going to rely on the AT guns to counter the OKWP4.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. We've got Rakettenwerfer lined up against the Stuart here. He tried to Faust it, but the Stuart reverses away. He's got a nice little retreat path as well down this alley.
Yeah, but overall, it feels like that all CN needs to do now is mass up his infantry and tank forces and just go in. And I don't think that Kimbo can really hold out the position.
No, Kimbo's attack on the Stuarts failed as well. Raketenwerf is forced away, and these Focus Grenadiers could end up dying. That could be GG in terms of overall material now.
Just playing a game of cat and mouse around the bush.
Yes. Focus Grenadiers choose the optimal time to retreat, but it still might not be enough. Oh, Kimbo pushing on the man that invented that tactic. And there you go. There's your irony.
One more loss, and Kimbo can't really take any more of those.
How ironic. Despite wanting to live, he died. And the Sherman kills him. I think that's game, surely. Let's look if the server's playing or if this is indeed Kimbo playing. Has he /L'd? Look for a sentient movement, Devem. Is he still operating?
He's still operating.
He's still operating. Kimbo's still online. Devem felt a pulse. Put him back out there, Devem. Get him through to round 10. We feel a pulse.
He's obviously trying to tire out his opponent now. It's all part of the plan.
What a beautiful plan it is. Get all the way to the 7th. Oh, Sherman down. It would have been abandoned if it wasn't for tourney mode there.
I really like how AE points out anytime that the field could get abandoned.
Yeah, because I think of some good ideas, right? Master League, tourney mode, Terminator 2, tournament, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
You know. My girlfriend left me this week, Devon, so I really need to like take pride in my ideas.
Jesus, that went dark real quick.
at least I've had an effect on a computer gaming community.
So
you know?
I felt depression this week as well, and I really need this.
I need this, Devon. Do not take this away from me.
Cut our supply lines.
Oh dear. Anyway, Dushka in the south, chilling. Rear echelon, lining up some shots.
Just look at the size of each army. CN really has like the double the population cap of Kimbo. Population points, I should say.
Panzer IV deployed. Awaiting orders.
And he's managed to get a Panzer IV out, but to what avail? We've seen this army size. It's ridiculous. two M1s as well.
So let's see how Kimbo could come back from this game. So what do you think would be the scenario that could happen?
Okay then. Meteor strike in Germany. I don't know. Power outage, something like that.
Yeah, sounds about right.
100 points remain.
That's before
Raise the assault.
he's already heavily countered by a double AT gun.
Yeah. And the Stuart's going to get a blocking stun round. There's a mine on the retreat path. That's one dead tank. No? No, yeah. Maybe. Not dead yet. Get some tank artillery down. Stuart dies? What the hell? Sometimes a bit of crazy in the mix does help out.
How is this even working? Oh, I see. I think that CN has too many idle units, so if you see the two riflemen and lieutenant up top, I think he just wants to bleed Kimbo out of VP, so he didn't even react.
Ah, I see. Yeah,
approach.
he's got a squad on the south victory point as well, so the Panzer IV is going to try and put a stop to that. Smoke bombs coming down in the centre, meaning the Focus Grenadier will be able to stay on the point. But we have flanking units coming in. They can't see them yet, but their doom is imminent.
That P4 really needs to do some work now.
First shot's not terrible. Does kill. Ah, he's staying in the party. Now he retreats.
Unit ready.
It's really desperate from Kimbo now. He just wants the VPs, but he can't.
Yes, indeed. Using the Raketenwerfers to cap. M1's push up.
You know, I came into this best of 7 expecting Kimbo to actually maybe win in like a 4-0 or yeah, I think a 4-0 is probably what I expected. Even though I think CN is a good player. And CN is really showing up today.
He is. You can't take it away from this game. Was CN saying, I want to win this thing. I know he wanted that from the start, but he's playing like he wants it now. And Kimbo didn't lose this because he was being, you know, ridiculously lackadaisical, just chilling, kind of taking the mick. A lot of British phrases there. Usually. But regardless, yeah, indeed. But you know what I mean. This was actually, he played well, CN played better, and we now have a series on our hands.
It's going to be a best of 3 now, basically, right?
Basically.
Yeah.
A best of 3. With CN having a legit victory of his 2 victories. That first one, we all know Kimbo was messing around a little bit. Oberslot aren't dead yet, though. They annihilate a squad there. We do have a vicious battle in the center. We're just making out that... Yeah, Panzer IV down. Rear echelons capping still. Is this game still going on? It's mad! It's chaotic! It's ridiculous!
You won't be able to get center VP, though, which means that CN can capture that and basically finish the game. We have a one-man Obersoldaten trying to capture South VP.
He phosphoruses his... He uses phosphorus on nothing. I don't think that's a real verb. And there we go. Kimbo has now surrendered. That was server lag, I believe, after the phosphorus.
Yeah, I think it was.
A best of 3. Let's go.
안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 되냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말
Listen
많은
to
도움이
him.
됐죠. 저는 음악
Listen to
제작자인데
this
제
man's
음악을 더
words.
쉽게 홍보하고
I
싶었어요.
want you to take
그래서
it all
인터넷
in. They are
방송과
paying for
유튜브를
the tournament. I
시작했습니다.
want you to listen properly.
1년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 톤의 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이
Some of you were not
되냐고요? 네,
listening
저에게
the
정말
first
많은
time.
도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 1년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 톤의 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이
Okay,
되냐고요?
that
네,
was enough.
저에게 정말 많은 도움이.
As we commence live on Crossroads with 5 victory points this time. It is the 5th game of this best of 7. I'm AE. I'm here with CreativeName versus Kimbo, and I have the pleasure of casting live with DevM.
Yeah, now I know what everyone is thinking. Crossroads again? But now we are on the 5VP version. It's a total game changer.
It really is. Just look at this.
That sounded sarcastic, but it really was.
It really is. I actually prefer 5VP Crossroads. I think a lot of the players do as well. It's a different flavour to it, and yeah, it's exciting. Pioneer's going straight for the munitions. Kimbo locks in a very munitions-heavy commander in Jaeger infantry doctrine, so that kind of adds up.
Yeah, it does. I can already see that Kimbo is going for the same build order that we saw before when he got wrecked by CN. And CN is also going for the exact same build order, so this is mostly because I think already both players study the map and they know the way that they want to play it. So I think that we are going to see the same build orders. It's all going to be a matter of execution.
It is, and it's going to be tiredness at play now. What time is it? It's 4:30. We started 2.5 hours ago. We just had 4 games which literally do not matter other than victory points. They do not matter. We're now seeing a best of 3 starting on pretty much the same map as we did 2.5 hours ago. So it's going to be a test of how much endurance the players have and the psychology of them versus one another. Because we're going to be seeing a victor very soon, DevM, and that victor will walk away rather with $1,500.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good motivator, definitely. Usually when you get these best of 7s or best of 5s that really stretch out and you play for like 3 hours, usually it starts benefiting the austere player because I think that they are a little less effort than allies in terms of playing. They need a little less effort. But we'll see. CN has been really strong before and is already going for the cutoff.
Yes, he did this last time, don't forget. He was very aggressive and he got the cutoff. The MG play of Kimbo was very suspect previously, in that it looked like he was deliberately underplaying and quite frankly not taking that game too seriously enough. Let's see the difference now as Kimbo's back is up against the wall and he's starting to realise that CN isn't a joke and he can take a game off him just like he did in that last game on Champs-Élysées.
Yeah, I think that Kimbo is probably going to start taking the next few games seriously, so we're probably going to see less MGs wandering around into enemy territory.
We are losing a sector.
Conscripts going east. We do have a Grenadier capping up there, so that's a battle soon to happen. MG's gonna reposition. And they've got our attention now, Devon. We're casting this with a little bit more respect and a little bit more intensity because we know that we're in for a best of 3 to decide the, the champion of this tournament.
Yeah, someone here is going to basically come out as the new best player that Company of Heroes 2 has to offer, especially since Isildur got eliminated from the tournament.
And
So I
from
think-
apparently the planet Earth. He's not been seen
Yeah.
since that loss. He didn't even play the lower bracket game. He's not
Maybe
been
you-
online for 6 games.
Maybe one of the other players sent a hitman. You know, he was just too good at Company of Heroes.
Yes, maybe you did do that, Devem.
Yes.
Coincidentally, Devem is now announcing
it-
he's back in the tournament scene. He's gonna... MG play
Maybe
has
not a
flipped.
coincidence.
Nice flip there by Kimbo. Just stopping
Very
this
good prediction.
conscript and combat engineer come into the picture, but the flamethrower engineer is pushing up and getting a little bit too heated out there. So the MG's considering a reflip. Indeed he is. Good play by Kimbo. Much more mature MG play this time. Much more serious. Sorry, Devin.
No problem, mate. Yeah, so Kimbo is definitely having a better early game than last time around. So if you remember correctly, the last time that we saw Sienna Soviets in this map, he actually dominated the early game quite well. In the end, he kind of let off the gas pedal, but this time around, I feel like Kimbo's game is a lot more stable.
It really is a lot more mature and focused, just like he was against Isildur in that fantastic best of 5 series last Saturday. Conscripts pushing in here. We got it's a 4 grand build yet again from Kimbo.
Yes, it is. We already see tier 2 going up for Kimbo. Same thing for Cien, tier 2 also up. But I think that this time around, big difference. Cien doesn't have the same fuel that he had in that game.
No, he has nowhere near the same fuel. In fact, it's Kimbo that's had the resource advantage thus far. We'll just confirm that with 4... Well, let's have a look at the points held graph showing Kimbo's actually winning right now in that respect.
Yeah, this MG position is also really nice. If you see in the north, he's already waiting for the units that are coming out of Cien's base.
Sandbag should save the day. MG repositions, having suppressed 1 squad to face east. Meanwhile, in the actual east, Conscripts versus 2 Grenadier squads, one of which has the LMG now. 222 is a little bit late to the party, but better late than never.
Yeah, it's actually good timing. I don't think that Cien has anything to counter it with, excluding 18 aids, which he hasn't teched yet. Oh, he's actually going straight up to tier 3, no counters for the 222, so it's going to be really important that he can hold the fuel point that he has so he can get T70 as a counter out for the 222.
This cutoff is next in Kimbo's targets. He's drawing closer to it.
Kimbo is definitely playing a very solid game. It's like 180 from the last game we saw.
It's like a night and day. And people sometimes, like, probably don't have the bond of trust with us guys as casters over the years, and they might drop into the stream and say, how dare the caster, like, assume that Kimbo isn't playing 100%. Well, this is all the evidence you need. This is a man now that's taking it seriously, and his Wehrmacht play now is textbook, literally textbook. And he's dominating as a result.
Yeah. Probably going to see the pack being built soon as well, because he's probably expecting the T70.
And on the east, Pioneers in a prepared position. Grenadiers are pushing up as well, with ambush camouflage, of course, unlocked. Kimbo does a lot of this. I was about to say holding on until the last second, but now I mean dying, apparently. What happened to textbook? That was
I think we
textbook
jinxed
Von
it earlier.
Ivan.
We just jinxed it, didn't we? Now start throwing everything.
Don't even say the words caster's curse. It's a terrible cliche, but I think that's a great example of it anyway. Oh. He rifle naded his own Gren to try and get the conscripts off guard. What happened to Kimbo's maturity of play?
I'm
He
not
was
sure.
looking certain to dominate in this game.
He's trying to get a wipe on the conscript squads.
Yep.
Yeah. But the other conscript squad is there to cover.
He's still doing pretty well, though, to be fair. I mean, I've lost a Pioneer at the end of the day.
Yeah.
When I'm casting Company Heroes 1, for example, and a Pioneer dies, I don't even mention it, usually. In Company Heroes 2, I barely give it a mention. Ah, Pioneers died.
Yeah, just one more. It doesn't really matter, really.
Poor Pioneers. That's what I've got to say.
One thing that wipe did is that it made Kimbo rebuild the Pioneer. That means that the pack is going to be delayed. So that's giving that T70 a little bit more of a window of opportunity to do something in the map. Now it's up to CN to do the most out of it.
Healing's off in base. As the Pioneer now sees the T70, and this one wants to survive, which is always a good trait to have. Victory point wise, it must be noted that because Kimbo's prioritised the resources, he's actually a little bit behind.
Yeah, the pack is only being built now, so let's see what the T70 does meanwhile.
Gay all day in the centre, 2-2-2. 5 kills, not had a bad effect on battle.
No, it's good. Honestly, it's good. Zizgan already being built as well. Everyone knows that the Zizgan is obviously a very nice CT gun, and at the same time, it's also good to deny the MG of the Austria player. That barrage.
Oh yeah, when they added the anti-tank functionality in the patch recently, it took the Zis to a whole new level. It was amazing. It went from being the anti-MG artillery cannon to just this incredible anti-tank gun. Not as good as a Pack 40, but still, let's see what the balance team were trying to do there.
I wasn't expecting that one.
It's the ones you don't expect that tickle you the most, usually, with jokes, indeed. T70 goes down the east side. Pioneers couldn't even cap. He doesn't dare. He can hear the T70 blowing around. He wants the Pack 40 back on the field.
The Zizgan is now creeping forward into the Grenadier squad. Okay, it backs off. Now we have the very classic position of Austria having a very static line with the MGs and the LMG Grenadiers. That's usually very tough to break.
It really is. You kind of hold off as Soviets, wait for 7-man cons, 2 Zis guns and a Katusha.
Basically.
And that's how we play Crossroads and Amelie Fields and every other map except Mill Road, maybe. I miss Mill Road. I haven't seen it enough this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a good map.
And Amelie Fields, actually, with the 2 best maps IMO in the game. Barely seen in this tournament. Yeah.
I think that's been one of the best maps that we have seen recently. Just, you know, come out.
Oh yeah, I mean, in fact, ever. I think it's the zenith of map making for Company Heroes, to be honest. He just made it a grid. A grid. Why didn't we ever think of this before? All the victory points evenly spaced. Sorry, and the territory points evenly spaced. Wolf just had a brainwave. He woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll just make it a
new
grid.
concept. We haven't been talking much about the game, but CN
my camera work's been telling us that. Don't worry. But yeah, what are you going to say about CN? What do you think?
I think he has been playing masterfully now on the east part of the map. He brought back Kimbo almost to his cutoff. Now Kimbo is breaking through, but the damage is already kind of done. If you can get this kind of pressure as allies on Crossroads against Austria, you're already doing very well. This means that you're going to have your T-34 way before you get his P4, and that's what you really want.
Yeah. Despite us claiming that Kimbo was in the lead, CN's just hit a really nice spike of micro and tactical success, and it's led to a good amount of territory control, and he's gotten a good sandbag up here on the fuel, denying it from Kimbo.
I think the fact that Kimbo decided to delay the back gun a bit was really hurtful for his map control, because he didn't have the counter out for the T-70. And now that MG might be going down as well to the SVT cons. No, never mind. Get to the suppression off.
Just about, and Kimbo survives this round.
And tier 4 is being built A.
Oh yes, here it comes. Mechanized Company. It's going to have a little wait till the T-34 is available. But certainly going to hurt Kimbo when it does arrive.
Most definitely. Tier 4 here, Soviets, is really deadly on Crossroads. Because the map is kind of wide. So the more vehicles you have, the more control you can exert on the flanks of the map. And the more Austria needs to play to this for the center.
At 40 arrives, but what avail? The T-70's already done its work. Does get shot at least. Grenadiers lucky to survive.
Bakken is
SVT
getting pressure though.
Yeah, could get it. Maybe.
I think he's going to be good, at least.
And the T-70's now going to push in. But to what avail? Does have his own Zis gun. Could destroy the weapon, however.
Let's see, so Kimbo is now waiting for the P4. He almost has the fuel. So that will hit before the T-34 even.
Orange Pest with a really important point in chat that Kimbo's Gren bleed with 4 Grenadiers is really hurting him. He's managed to get the Panzer IV out with no fuel to spare, so that's good timing at least. Yeah, it's really been suffering. A lot of 30 manpower casualties.
Yeah. I feel like Kimbo plays in a very special way with his Grenadiers.
Special in
a very special way. It seems like he doesn't care if he loses models almost on the Grenadiers when they are the most expensive to reinforce.
Troops arriving in the east just to keep Cien's advantage. His victory point advantage is over 100 now. He's watching over in the center. He's got the Soviet steamroller starting to operate.
Yeah, but the Panzer IV is out, and that's one really important unit that Austria can always rely on.
Mines being detonated here. See, Kimbo's doing good clear-up duty. Still goes on. Another victory point being taken by CN. This is going to be an effective triple cap for a while now, and Kimbo really is going to hurt him.
Yeah, it will. CN is in a really nice position at the moment. He just needs to consolidate with maybe double T-34 and double Zis guns, and Kimbo is going to have a really tough time breaking through that.
He is there, hurting whilst repairing in the field of combat. Panzer IV forces away the conscripts, however, Zis can't get a shot off. In the east, conscripts hurt by this quadruple LMG lineup.
He
I feel like watching Paul or Abe D here or something. Right.
That T-70 will make short work of the Grenadier blob though.
Should do, unless the conscripts die first. T-34 now on the field. It's got the 222 in its sights. It arrives in the west. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Panzer IV also wants this T-70. Misses. 222 backs away as well. So the tale of 2 survivals there.
Now T-34 is creeping up in the field. I feel like that Bakken is very mispositioned if CN just has something on the map. He's now coming out with the conscript squad finally.
Oh, double salvo there on the T-34. Panzer IV goes in for the kill. Oh, there's his own answer.
That's going to get killed.
It's the Panzer IV that actually looks likely to die. Zis gun rolls forward.
Call the ambulance, but not for me.
Oh, T-70 coming on the rear side of these Grenadiers. Cien's getting aggressive out there. He's going to eat 2 Fausts, yes, but can the combat engineer spot for this Zis gun? That's the bigger story.
He's going to be able to kill the P4, there's no question about that, and that's a really big game moment. Because as soon as CN gets his P4 and gets a second
As
P4,
soon, we've got RNG to think about, Devem. We've got the 222 to think about. Pack 40's taken out, however, T70's like a very volatile tennis player. Just firing shots over the bushes. Rens take the pack, it gets Molotov, and the Panzer IV survives.
if
Devem.
CN can just... Yeah?
It's not like you to miscalculate the RNG of a Panzer IV, is it?
Why do
That's
you
how I bring
such
that
a
up every day.
It's
Every
from
day
memory.
I bring it up. I'm so sorry, Devon. I'm so sorry. Right, Pack 40's been taken up by the Zisgun. He's trying to sprint after it, but he's got no squads that can get it. He just wants to decrew the Zisgun.
Ah, that backering gun. Why is he doing a sniper though? I don't think that's the best decision.
Oh, Crush coming. No, he retreats. Yeah, sniper now.
He's going to have to deal with the
you
superior
cancelled.
tank force from CN. Yeah, the back gun is the unit that you want to get right now.
Oh, vanilla Pioneer repair time. Let's do some ×2 to get past this repair time. There we go. It still looks hell slow, doesn't it? This is actually ×2 footage. Crazy.
Yes. That's
Nothing's
the good
happening
thing
right
about OKW is that you usually have problems with the repairs.
This is live, but we're a little tiny bit behind if you're just wondering. We are now fully live. There we go. And this repair's still not finished. Love it.
Yeah, almost finished now. Almost there.
We are losing a sector.
Borough
This
Badger.
actually kind of highlights a thing that many players forget is that many times you don't even need to kill the tank to have the advantage because he's going to spend 2 minutes repairing the tank.
Yeah, well, that's also the advantage of killing a Pioneer early doors, you know. The experience doesn't come in, and they often are left without a Vet 2 Pioneer to repair quickly. New T-34 makes its presence known.
We have 100 points remaining.
Yeah, but I do feel like Kimbo's position can break anytime as soon as CN decides to make a good push. I think he'll just wait for the third T-34 and then he'll do it.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but CN's winning as allies here, which will mean it'll be 3-2 if he wins this game. I mean, it'll be do or die for Kimbo in the next game, and he's going to be his allies, yes, but we know how powerful they're, Matos. CN will be in a really strong position to become the champion. That's insanity. This has been an incredible play from CN. Despite
It really
Kimbo's
has.
strong start, he got complacent and CN never went away. And he's now looking the stronger player.
Yeah, honestly, I think that if Kimbo loses this, it's a lesson that he needs to take. He needs to stop just kind of joking around with his opponent.
We have lost a peg gun.
Completely agreed there, Devon.
And that would have been an abandon.
20 mode represents. Mine swept there, 222 pushes in. He's trying to get past a lot. He's also blitzkrieging in with the Panzer IV. He's in for the T70, but the T70's getting out of there.
Don't think
Ziskun's
this is a
still
good push.
alive. 222 down. 18 aid coming in. Oh no, he's on recharge. He's on recharge. Panzer IV still alive, but there's another mine! And
Oh,
that's one dead
no.
tank.
And the second T-34 is now coming out again. Yeah, that's
Enemy has
GG.
destroyed a panzer.
GG. And that's a tale, ladies and gentlemen, why you do not get complacent. It's an old parable, the tortoise and the hare. In this case, the hare's just woken up and he's thinking, crap, I'm one game away from ultimate defeat. GG.
GG.
Everyone, we're just loading into the game right now. We're loading into the 6th game of this epic best of 7 confrontation. But before that, a quick word from our sponsors.
안녕하세요. 저는 레드보입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 됐냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말 많은 도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 2년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 톤의 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다.
Wait.
Hello there, and welcome to Kimbo, who suddenly finds himself 2-3 down in a best of 7. He's 1 game away from despair. He has 1 hand on the trophy, but then Cien took that hand away and said, "Not today." Or as Devem said in that previous game, "Call me an ambulance, but not for me." Indeed.
It really is. Kimbo needs to get his head into the game because these early games, the mistakes that he has been doing, they haven't been small mistakes. Losing an MG or losing a pack gun, those are big mistakes. And it seems like Kimbo many times he's over aggressive and he just blunders his units.
Yeah, he has. He has. I mean, in the first, the second game of this series, we called him out on it and we didn't think he was playing seriously. But since then, he has been playing seriously, but Cien has been playing better. He's been forcing the mistakes. Starting to feel a little bit like it's slipping away from the Polish player, the king of Co, as I was beginning to call him. Maybe he's going to get demoted to a duke. Or
I think we might have to restart it because it says play back over to me.
Does it?
Yeah, Umbrellic at its finest.
Oh, dude, we'll quickly back out and be straight back with you after this brief technical difficulty. Why does it say play back over? That's strange, isn't it?
I have no idea. It just says play back over and the game like stop.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Give me the invite yet again.
As soon as I'm out, I shall. We'll go to our faces for this. Maybe we'll make this part of the game.
Yeah, sure.
I know. Oh, I just pressed watch replay.
Devem just says that's the way you can play the ad again. I was kind of hoping that he actually passed the ad again. To be fair.
As soon as I'm loaded, I'll send it in. Felix says 7-0 for allies incoming. It'd be so funny if we had a 5-0 yesterday. And, yeah, indeed. 7-0 this week.
Is Devem gonna analyze the final games? I might, although first I want to do my unranked to rank 1 stream that I'm thinking on doing Monday.
Monday? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the day off work. I'm going to stream snipe you every game.
I think it's 6 days.
To get you there within 5 hours.
Devem, talk about Company of Heroes 3. What do you want to know, Orange Pest?
Invite sent.
Yeah.
Wait, Orange Pest once
got
beat
it.
you in auto match in 2019, so he's better than you. He remembers. He's got the date tattooed to his arm.
Best day of his life.
Indeed. Right.
I beat him in the scream. Fuck you.
I've restarted Ko2 Zany.
I think he meant me, maybe. I'm not sure.
Anyway, we're going to fast forward to 2 minutes into the game, guys, because we've already watched the first minute, and I'm just conscious that, of course, we're not actually very live anymore. So let's just quickly fast forward a little bit. We'll do it within the... so we can keep orientation of what's happening. We'll do it here. Hang on. There we go. So combat engineer start. We've got Kimbo going with airborne troop tactics, so copying Cien clearly. And yeah, as we did an epic introduction of that previous game, Devon, we'll just quickly say the story of it once more, is that Cien has been consistently getting better, and Kimbo, I feel, is getting a little bit nervous now.
What should I say, DC?
Go on.
It happened again.
It happened again? Really?
I'm going to restart my game.
Sure. You can actually watch from Twitch with barely any delay, to be honest. It's
Okay,
fine.
let's
Just watch
do
from
that then.
Twitch.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's
let's
watch
do
from
that then.
Twitch. We'll just get to about 3 minutes and then we'll start. And Devon will watch from Twitch. As the Grenadiers and MG push into the center, we're now going to go down to 1x speed. And witness CN being ultra aggressive. Pioneers and Grenadiers flanking the sides of the MG.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see if Kimbo can pull the same early game that CN did last game, because CN was very aggressive and he pulled off a really big advantage right from the get-go.
Indeed. Grenadiers low on health there. MG jumps into the garrison. Conscripts gonna find the narrow side of the house and keep the assault on from both directions. Kimbo in a decent position, but CN's pushing hard. Don't forget though, Kimbo has managed to take this eastern fuel point over here.
Yeah, I would say that CN though is still the one that's more comfortable in this early game. But there's actually quite a difference here in the early game, is that Kimbo decided not to go for the second engineer squad as we have seen before. He went for the 4 conscript squads, and that means that his early game is a little bit better before the flamethrowers even pop up. He does have less map control because of that though.
Certainly does. We've got fuel harassment in the west by CN. Good aggression thus far. Here comes that flamethrower Dev M was referring to. And the battle in the east, the Grenadiers were able to hold the line until the 2-man conscripts retreated away. So Kimbo's certainly playing a little bit more cautiously this time around.
I think he knows that he feels the game is out and he needs to take this 100% serious this time around.
Amazing, isn't it? That we literally have an elite level tournament player that decides how seriously he wants to take each individual game. Amazing.
He's just winging it in the games. He's just like, okay, maybe this game I'll try and play at 50% of my capacity.
He literally has done that before. He actually, yeah.
It's like those animes where the main character just...
I once did. Somebody once paid for a best of 7 scrim match between Kimbo and Markov, right? Obviously, Kimbo's a lot better than Markov.
No.
First 2 games, Markov won, or it was 1-1, and I said, Kimbo, I've got something to do at 9 o'clock tonight. Is there any chance you could beat him quicker for me, please? Like, I said it kind of passive-aggressive, but kind of trying to, like, be on his side and, like, be cool with him. Ah, I'm your bro, dude. He literally won the next 4 games in an hour. It was ridiculous. Merges into the combat engineer over here. Kimbo burning the Grenadiers out, a tale as old as time. We've got the 2-2-2 on its way. Classic cookie cutter build order for CN thus far. 3 Grens, 2-2-2.
Yeah, I don't think anything is out of the ordinary right here. The 2-2 is coming and Kimbo will need to find a counter for it. He still hasn't been able to tech up, but I'm sure that he'll start doing that soon.
Pioneers push away the combat engineer because they're very low on health there, so they have to drop out.
Our territory is falling into enemy hands.
Yeah, and Kimbo also went for the SVTs. It seems like it's the flavor of the month commander kind of for Soviets.
A sector has been cut off.
Flavor of the year, seemingly, as well, yeah. It's been there
Well,
or
I guess.
thereabouts for a while. Look, Kimbo does have healing up in base, so this combat engineer is going to go back and...
I think there was one better commander, which was the one that Isildur used with the Distress and the M4C Shermans and the drop, the field drop.
Lend-Lease. Is it Lend-Lease? I think it is.
I think it is Lend-Lease, I think, yeah. But yeah, all we have seen in this best of 7 has been the SVTs. Obviously a very good commander.
What I like about casting with you, Devon, is you're one of the best people to ever play KO2, and I'm one of the best people to ever cast KO2, but neither of us fully know any of the abilities or commanders. We have a very...
I blame Relic.
We have a very noob level, actual full understanding of the commanders and abilities, both of us. You've been playing in every tournament, I've been casting every tournament, still we don't know all the commanders. Anyway, MG42 backs away, the SVT conscripts tried their best to rectify the situation, but 2-2-2 is just reigning supreme right now.
Like, there are so many commanders who can keep track of all this.
So many! This one has a mustache!
Yeah.
This one has a silver mustache!
We do have the Zizgan being built to counteract the 2-2, and obviously, as he mentioned last time, to also counter the MGs from Austere.
Engineers forced away in the center. We've got MG up in the east. Maybe CN will go double MG, like a lot of people in chat were saying that he maybe should. We got a Pack 40 out before the T-70s even had chance to arrive from Kimbo.
Yeah, small miscalculation from CN building the pack so early. I think he's really expecting the T-70 rush.
People in chat saying it's giving them comfort to know that they only know a few commanders as well. So, yeah. If people with thousands and thousands of hours don't know them, yeah, you're fine. Don't worry. Right, they're already rectifying this for Co 3. They're going back to Co 1's battle group system, so that'll be good. Quality over quantity.
Exactly. You want every commander to have a theme and not a bit lost in competitivity.
And be viable, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, Airborne and Blitzkrieg are not very often used in Company Heroes 1 competitive, but they're still used. So all 6 are used. Only 6, but everyone is possible, so that's pretty cool.
Now, Kimbo is finally getting out of his base sector almost, it feels like.
Yes, he's been pushed back heavily by CN here. One hand on the trophy. CN wants to take it back to Deutschland. And he's doing a very good job of it so far. Maybe he's the heir apparent to Love Nest. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe Love Nest has been secretly training CN.
Possibly.
Now, I think that CN's game plan is really to just rush that P4.
Conscripts pushed away there. This doesn't get a shot off. It ricochets against the side of the house there.
It does. I think that CN really needs like second MG.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying that on Crossroads as Wehrmacht's 2 MGs is very dominant, but the Grands are doing a pretty damn fine job thus far with their handsome KD of 47 to 24.
He has double the KD, that's actually massive.
Yeah, even against conscripts, yeah.
And he's now harassing the field point as well. Most of the map is turning into red, basically. Like,
He's dropped down there. CN's just using the Grens to harass the Zis gun now. LMG Grens, meanwhile, battle against the SVT conscripts. CN's having a good old time of things. Kimbo's trying to battle back, but he's recently lost his fuel. Maybe soon one of these victory points keeping him in the game.
if you are Kimbo now, you must be sweating. You really need to do well, and CN is just applying so much pressure, so much map control that he has.
Right, Kimbo's gotten into the central garrison after just Zis barraging it, so he's using what he was trying to destroy previously. 2 LMG Grenadiers in the side window, though. That's not what you want to wake up to in the morning.
It really is not. I think that if CN now decides to go for the second MG like we mentioned before, Kimbo doesn't have, you know, much to go with. It's really hard to flank MGs when you are already behind.
T-70 finally on its way. It's a very late one though. 222 backs up. We've got not much covering its path. We have had some capping in the east by CN as well, continuing this pressure on Kimbo, the number 1 seeded player left in this tournament after Isilda, of course, was defeated by Kimbo last Saturday.
Yeah, I'm really confident in that CN will turn this into a win, just because he has had, like, his early game was so pristine, and he has been able to keep control of the center with that MG, and that MG is going to be really annoying for Kimbo to deal with. His only counter is the Zizgan or the T-70, but the Pakan will be ready for that T-70.
Good thing about best of 7 as well, because CN has had enough time to get over his early game unconfidence. He was overplaying and overcommitting early on. He's now playing reservedly and correctly as Wehrmacht. He's just chilling and letting Wehrmacht almost play themselves, in a sense. I mean, you still have to click some stuff, but yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Those LMG Grens are just shredding the conscript squads.
They really are, and Kimbo's map presence is really beginning to tell a tale of the LMG dominance.
Yeah, this is what feels like Kimbo should have done. The CN's play feels a lot more stable, a lot more concise. It doesn't really overextend much. He lets the Grenadiers and the 2-2 scouts for his MGs and pack-ins, and he doesn't drop the ball.
No.
What we have secured.
Consistent, concise, controlled. Great play from CN thus far, and he's beginning to get... Oh, look at this commander choice. Assault Support Doctrine. He's got strafing runs soon. There's nothing more demoralizing when you're trying to get out of your base. You're trying to pull off a flank that'll allow you to save some face. And then some Stukas strafe you from outer space.
From outer space, yeah.
Just rhymed with ace, so I had to go with it, unfortunately. Regardless, this finds the 2-2-2. Conscripts are pushing up.
2-2 might be going down. Okay, never mind.
Gonna be fine. A little bit of... Well, DevM's gonna be 1 second behind due to his PC
Yeah, I was
not liking
thinking
this
about
game.
that.
I think it's Relic servers. I'm not gonna blame the famous, or infamous rather, DevM PC.
No, it's definitely a different computer.
You basically, after all your troubles in the old days, you probably went to like the nearest PC shop and just said, "I want your
And
best
brand new.
PC." Yes.
That's basically what I did, from the ground up.
In fact, I think the Portuguese national grid is now suffering. They've had to make a new power station.
The P4 now is coming out now to help out CN into finally putting the final nail in the coffin.
You say that, DevM, but Kimbo's still alive yet. He's getting a second
He
Ziscun.
is, but
He's just-
I feel like he's going to get mapped back in the next few minutes. It's that time where CN was using his resources to get the P4 out and he could be aggressive. And now it's going to turn around, especially that P4 is chasing the T70.
Certainly, as Conscript's back away, we've got a pinned Conscript blocking the Ziskun's path. There he goes. Panzer IV's going to help out the pathing situation by deleting the units.
Yeah, and there's nothing Kimbo can do about this Panzer IV, especially because the Zizgun isn't supported. I'm not sure where the other Zizgun is. Oh, okay.
No, it's there. It just got a shot from the corner. And this is needing to line up, but the Stukas are hurting him. There they go. He bugs out. We got a pinned Conscript. This could be CN winning his first major 1v1 tournament after he won a 2v2 major with Redacted in 2019. He could be able to win a big 1v1 cup here.
Damn, never heard about that player. Who is Redacted?
2-2-2 down, however, tries to get past the Zis. Maybe he's trying to force the issue too much here. Zis recaptured. Panzer IV still in the fight. Pioneers push in. Conscripts wash on. The C-70 is going to take some pot shots at the rear armour now. Conscripts come in for the sick merges available. Zis is now pushed forward. Panzer IV exposes the rear armour. Can he get shots off?
That was a bit of a throw by CN. The 2-2 is really important to keep alive just because of the vision it provides in the late game. Either way, it's not over. The game isn't over by any means. It's just that it's usually very nice to keep the 2-2 alive.
Panzer IV backs away. Pioneer building. He does have a Vet 2 Pioneer though. It's going to help him. This Panzer IV is going to be back on the field as quickly as you can say. Panzerkampfwagen 4.
That wasn't very fast though.
10 times.
Is that tier 4? That the Kimbo tier 4? Maybe I'm... No, he doesn't. Okay.
Yes. DevM, by the way, has now not got his own camera control, which must be really disorientating. So we're going to cast the rest of this game from inside this house.
Oh no, please don't.
How you like me now, DevM?
You know, this is the problem with casting with AE. You just want to do this.
It's just a power trip, bro. Right, T-70's up to 4 kills. The SVT cons are on a lot more. They're forcing away the Grenadiers pack. Finds the T-70. Forcing away this game's so close, Gansgale says in chat. I have to agree.
Yeah, Kimbo actually came back to the game just because of the doubles his guns. Now, if I was playing this game and I was in CN's position, I'd probably wait for the second P4 and then just use the ability that he used earlier from the commander to do a really good push and decrew the Atigans. Let's see how he wants to proceed.
Yes, CN needs something like that, DevM. He's had this early game dominance. We all know about the rubber band comeback mechanics of Company of Heroes 2.
Yeah, usually, especially against Soviets and this map especially, I think it aids getting that comeback going because the Atigans are so good there. Obviously, Atigans don't cost fuel, so you can still get by just, you know, doing an Atigan wall.
Panzer 4. Oh, against conscripts here, hurting. Gren's push forward. Zis backs away. T70 likewise gets Fausted, however. LMG Grenadiers bullying everything in front of them.
That might be the trigger to go in with the T70 with the damage engine.
Should be. That's what DevM would do anyway. You've heard it here. This is the kind of stuff that wins you world championships. It's the kind of instinct you need to have. You cannot allow your opponent back in the game. However, he will have 2 Panzer IVs soon.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for that and then he'll go in.
Fair enough. Can't argue with the man. He's now going to go for a 5th victory point. That'll be pretty OP. Quintuple cap hype.
Yeah, those 5 VPs are really deadly. You can get all of those, your opponent will quickly bleed out all the VPs that he has.
Well, don't forget as well, it makes you misplay tactically. You panic. It's much worse than a triple cap. So you're like, oh my god. You're no longer swimming in deep water like you're a triple cap. You're swimming in deep water with piranhas. That's how it feels when there's 5 victory points capped against you. You panic. So Kimbo's got to fight really fast now. Molotov in on the Pioneers.
I think he'll finish the cap though. Yeah, he will. That's 5 VP advantage for CN at the moment.
It's 5 victory points every 3 seconds. That's a lot of victory points.
Look at CN being so patient, bringing back his units, waiting for Kimbo to come. And when he eventually overextends, because he obviously needs to control the field point and the VP, he'll just go in with double P4. Nope, he used the ability, so I think he might be going in now.
Panzer IV going in indeed. Combat Engineers back away in fear. We've got another one reversing into the battle stylishly. Ziskun's in fear. Combat Engineer could die here. T70 watches on. Oh, what a salvo that was.
Going to be able to decrew the Atigans. That T-34 that's in production won't be there quick enough.
He's getting around it as well. We've got a Vet 3 conscript that could die.
All he needs to do now is support his P4 push with the rest of the army and kill that AT gun.
There it goes. Pack 40 kills the AT gun indeed. Now the T70's turn to die is here. Conscripts cower behind the Tier 4. We've got a T-34 building. T-70 takes a shot, but the 18 aids in. Is there enough damage on the tank? There is now. There we go. Damaged engine on the Panzer IV. Kimbo still alive, just about. Can he rescue this game?
That T-34 needs to do a lot of work if Kimbo wants to come back into the game.
He's got 300 victory points. Panzer IV's damaged. Zisgun has a full health squad. This Gren has to do a lot of work. Panzer IV's turret slow to traverse there. T-70 gets a shot. Sorry, T-34 gets shot, and the Zisgun does too. Can they finish it off?
They can. I think he'll get 1 P4 back from that.
There you go.
Still, the advantage that CN has from that push is just so massive. Just look at the manpower that Kimbo has after all those losses.
Down to 49 population cap. He's reinforcing everything now, taking it down to 0 manpower. But having the T-70 still alive and the T-34, yes, he did lose a full Zis gun, but he didn't actually lose any other squads. So, although it looked amazing by CN, and it was very well executed, Kimbo survived. He survived well. He's still in this, which is, quite frankly, shocking.
Honestly, I think he isn't in it for very long, just because even though it seemed somewhat even after everything happened, the manpower difference now that both players have is huge. CN will be able to get the second P4 yet again, and the Grenadiers with LMGs are just going to shred those conscript squads. Kimbo is in a no-win situation with his army composition right now.
Mathematically, I mean, you've got to give it to Devem there, but Kimbo, if he plays perfectly, chaotically, throws a spanner in the works of this war machine in front of us, he's not completely out. I'll just say that. I've seen stranger things happen. But if it does happen, and Kimbo is able to rescue this game, I'm probably going to lose my voice, because it would be spectacular. That said, CN's game to lose.
Definitely, yes. I'm very impressed by CN's game. He has been very patient. He has played the early game basically how you would want to play the early game against Soviets and against Kimbo especially. So
There's
overall,
a 4 coming
well
in
played.
here. Good shot by the T-34 on it though. Nice shots there. Kimbo's going to cap another victory point, leaving him on 200-ish.
Second P4 is out. Now is the moment that CN was waiting for, I think.
He's only got the one Zisk gun. It is Veterancy 2, however, 4 AT grenade platforms. He's got enough munitions or thereabouts for an 18-8 or 2. He's going to need every single morsel of his army here. He needs CN to underperform.
Yeah, you can see that he's playing now passive with the Grenadiers, just waiting for everything to come in. So he's definitely thinking of doing a push.
Yeah, he's got everything coming in at once. He's also got units on the west side. He'll be able to beat these conscripts with the LMG Vet 3 Grenadiers.
Well, at least Kimbo has been able to keep one VP, so he doesn't bleed to death in VPs in 2
Still
minutes.
effectively a triple cap, yeah. It's going to be 3 minutes instead. This lines up Veterancy 2, don't forget, so it'll penetrate everything in front of it.
CN waiting for the right moment. He just needs one of those Z-guns to overextend, and then he knows that his double P4s will be enough to finish the game.
T-70 getting some good shots, but the Panzer IV's there now. Meanwhile, T-34 versus Panzer IV in the west. Conscripts go into the centre, as does the Zisk gun. He's got a victory point there, and he wants the one there too. Oh, he's leaving himself exposed, Devem.
If he gets that before, he's back into the game, but I don't think that CN will let that happen.
Won't he? T-34 goes in. We've got an roaring conscript, but he
Oh,
decides
maybe he
against
will.
it. There he goes.
He's confused.
18 aid. He's just going to do that for now. Meanwhile, Grenz are forced away. He was able to neutralise the central victory point. T-34 is going to have to be mad here. He's going to have to rely on RNG. One good shot. Is he overextending his welcome, though? He needs one other good shot.
Oh,
He's been
penetrated.
shot by the sides, by the PaK 40. He needs a beautiful shot there, but he can't get it.
Our opponents are seizing a sector.
Barely survived CN, and that was a good push from Kimbo.
It was good. The roaring conscript saved the day.
The enemy is attempting to
We also have
steal
a
our
second
sector.
T-34 coming out, so maybe Kimbo has a chance if he then builds another Ziz-gun to counteract the P4s that CN will have.
13 kill T-70 has been a subtle MVP here, just keeping enough pressure to keep Kimbo alive, quite frankly. One last gasp of air before he went under. And now the second T-34's on the field. He may just have enough to keep some victory points. Down to 123 though, it's looking dire.
CN is going for a third P4, or he just wants to maybe get a Tiger, I'm not sure.
Now a Tiger would be a way to finish a tournament off,
Yeah.
certainly. Skills close to Veterancy 3 soon. Rate of fire bonuses incoming. It's the
Okay,
T-34.
third P4. You can never go wrong with P4, so...
Ah, the Panzersvolf Wunderwaffe. Indeed. What a shot there from the T-34s on the Grenadiers. That'll be much welcome because CN's bank of resources and manpower is huge.
Always remember, shots. If you are playing Aussie, you can never go wrong with building more P4s. So when in doubt.
DevM's a coder. He's built an algorithm. If you have enough resources for a Panzer IV, build a Panzer IV. Win tournaments, profit, easy game, easy life. As this one goes forward, T70's watch on. Needs to get around the rear side. Can he do it before the third Panzer IV hits? If he can kill this tank, he may be back in the game. No, we've got to... Oh, it's... Oh, my God, it's a Kimbo Zisgun. So far forward there. Panzer IV could take out this T-34, though, in the meantime. No, good shot from the retreating T-34. He goes forward. Vet 2 Zisgun backs off. Meanwhile, in East, we've got conscripts under duress from a Vet 3 LMG Grenadier. They decap the victory point, keeping Kimbo in things. And there it is, out of control. Kimbo somehow back in this 6th game of a best-of-7 series. Oh, my. Mine detonates. New Panzer IV comes in. Zisgun ready to fire. What's happened? CN was building a careful house of cards. And Kimbo, like an annoying child, came forward and shook the table.
I mean, Kimbo still has to repair like 3 vehicles, so CN has some time to play with, but that was a very weird maneuver that he did, especially with the first P4 that got flanked by the T-34s.
Well, Devem, sometimes you play company heroes like it's a textbook game. You don't go for the kill at the right moments. You suffer the enogamy of a comeback from your opponent, and we're seeing that right now. Vet 3 conscripts in peril. T70 on 17 kills, watching on. But a nice Molotov on the 2 Grens, however. Meanwhile, we've got Cons just chilling on the victory points down there, keeping it safe. Panzer IV pushes in, takes out the conscript.
That was something that CN needed very much, just to get some of those conscript squads out of the game so the Grenadiers can do some of their work.
Orange Pest in chat saying getting so close to victory is probably getting to CN, and I have to agree there. He's played it. He's started overplaying again. He's not playing textbook co anymore. Got a Pack 40 that's been taken instead of destroyed. Kimbo has the time to take it.
I think this is looking like CN from like game 1 that we saw before. Starting to get a bit desperate for the win now.
He is indeed. We've got the 2 T-34s phasing through the T-70 to battle these Panzer IVs. He could not keep the Pack 40, however, he's been fousted. Panzer IVs roll forward. Oh, the Zisgun's there now, though. So no win situation.
Definitely a very tense game right about now. The thing that CN has going for him is that Kimbo lost so many squads that he can just basically play all over the map, while Kimbo has to restrict himself to play just in one small part of the map.
The Guards Airborne arrive, possibly to make up for a recent conscript loss, I'm not sure. The Ziskun's now at Vet 3, but he's causing pathing issues. Not great. Meanwhile, we've got the damaged engine on the Panzer IV. T-34 smells blood. We've got the Airborne Guards now pushing, but they're going to get shot. That's a terrible manpower acquisition. Ow!
Yeah, not sure why Airborne Guards. I think Kimbo is doing it again.
He's doing it. It's like what he did Allies game last weekend against Isilda with the troop drop from the skies above as USF.
He can keep getting away with it.
Grenz capped the fuel first. CN, come on, man. Victory points, dude. Oh, no, he's going to have 3 Panzer IVs. He definitely doesn't need that fuel.
We have a 30 T-34 coming out now. So 3 T-34s against 3 P-4s. I'd give the edge to the P-4s, but he does have ones he's going to support them.
Dev, I know how this game ends. It's with a fragmentation bot. I feel it. Something's just awoken in the
you feel it in the force.
Indeed.
There's
a disturbance, like 1,000 voices dying in the future. To 1,000 little bombs from the sky. Oh no, he just spent his munitions on something else now. Right, he's going here. He's got the northwestern victory point for a while. Kimbo still has triple-digit figures, so he's not in situation critical. T-34 gets Faust at very low health as well. Vet 3 Zisgun pushes forward. Grenadiers battling hard, but they could die now. They could die. No, they survive. Meanwhile, in the west, we've got Panzer IV pushing in for the T-70, but with that Vet 3 bonuses, it's very quick to reverse.
Yes, it is. And I feel like Kimbo has superior unit composition right about now. So many vehicles and double AT guns to deal with the P-4s.
Oh, we did take the pack in the end. Oh, my. Didn't see that at the time.
It seems.
certainly does. T70's up to 21 kills. Got this neutral victory point down here. Oh, here's that frag bomb. There it is. House destroyed, and most importantly, the Vet 3 Zisk gun is down. We've got the Panzer IVs have had their engines damaged, but they will take out the Vet 3 conscript most likely. No, they miss. Will the T-34s miss?
Needs to support that P4 with the Vet 2 P4 now.
Can't do it. Now it's the Vet 2's P4 time. Turn to die. We could be heading to the Company of Heroes 2's first ever ace game of a best of 7 grand final. It could be happening. Ever since GCS 1 in 2017, we've been waiting for a 7th game in a best of 7 series, and that's where we're going, baby. It's Kimbo 3. It's CN 3.
GG.
We're heading.
That's a very good game.
Very good game indeed. We're heading to the 7th game of a grand final. And there we go. We've got restarted computers. If you'd rather watch, I think Helping Hand says front page of Twitch. He's doing a Nazi knife special right now.
Oh, is he? Okay, let me turn on
Yeah,
this
so I'm
then.
not going to watch this 7th game of the best of 7 anymore. No, it was a joke, Zany. It was a joke, my friend.
I think it's time for the commercially. I think people have forgotten already.
Did somebody say the word commercial? Well,
안녕하세요. 저는 레드버입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 됐냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말 많은 도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 2년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 도니 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 레드모였습니다.
There we go. I am not sure if that's what he says, but he might be something like that.
You have the translation now. I'm sure it's something close to that.
Let's hope so.
Let me accept the invite before I forget.
Oh, I haven't sent it yet. My bad. I zoned out for a moment.
What's the past one?
Thank you, Kathy. So I was kind of close. Good. Send it to there you go. Friends Games.
Man, that game must have been so frustrating for CN.
It's
He had
brutal.
everything. He had everything to win the game and close out the series.
He did indeed. I wonder who's got the victory point score.
Yeah, actually not sure.
Well, the best thing to do would go through my VOD and get all the things. So, I mean, I can do it for people if they really want me to.
I'm guessing it might be CN, maybe.
Devem, get your paper and pen out. I think the refs and the players are having an issue, so we'll do it for them because we're pros, right? Right then, let's do this.
Do it.
Let's do it. Let's go over to... I have got a monitor screen, if I remember correctly. Here it is. There we go. So this is me and you, Devon. We're watching ourselves. We're going to go through the entire VOD. We just skipped through loads of games. Donation 2 Nation. We have to be careful about server delay, though, so we have to kind of take a judgment call on that, I think. Alright.
I didn't even think about that, but it does screw up with the VP.
Yeah, it could do if it was close. So, first one, you ready? The winner was Kimbo. He had... Oh, God, come on, Twitch. Give me it back. Oh, you buggers. Can't quite see it because Twitch fades out the top, so I have to like wait for the little thing to disappear. Come on, come on, come on. There it is. 377. I'm going to say, yeah, 377. There you go. Next one. CN. Oh. Yeah, again, right. CN had 461. 461.
Okay. I do have the feeling that CN has
I think
VP
I think the
choice.
players think that, but I want to be certain for them, just so there's some air of officiality rather than Kimbo saying, "Oh, I think you've got it."
CreativeName says that they have the VPs.
Well, it's good to just get a tally for the audience as well. We're only adding 3 numbers, Devon. You can do it. I believe in you. 319 for Kimbo. Just see if it was close, at least, you know.
Yeah. I think it's going to be like a 200 VP difference between them.
Really, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we've got 396 for CN. And then Kimbo will be really low on that last one, won't he? There's our faces. Beautiful. And then 117 for Kimbo. What does that make?
Give me a second. I think you missed one of the CN games, didn't you? I think you just told me 2 of them.
Really? I just told you the last one, didn't I? The last CN was... Oh, do you want the one just before this one? I thought I told you.
So I have 2 games from CN, 461 and 396.
Okay, hang on. Maybe you didn't take the last one. I don't know. We definitely think CN has it though, right? It's pretty obvious. 396 from CN. Did you get that one?
Yeah, that one I have.
Okay. We failed. We failed hard. Allies have won every game, right? So it'll be this Allies
yes.
one that you don't have, I don't think. Oh, it might be Allies on Champs-Élysées that you don't have, I think. Is that quite a quick game?
Somewhat. It was USF.
I probably called out the wrong thing. Yeah, USF one you don't have. Okay. Yeah, that was a weird one, wasn't it? It was over really quickly. Gosh, Kimbo. Oh my god, I don't think he lost barely a victory point in that. 484.
That was
very
for
quick
CN,
game.
right?
Yeah. That was the one you were missing.
Did he really win it with almost 500 VPs as USF?
Impressive, right?
Yeah, really good.
Right, the map is Nexus, and CN is picking Ost here. Kimbo is Soviet, so CN's doubling down on Wehrmacht, despite Kimbo just winning that last game. He really
I think he knows he screwed up.
Yeah, he did. He could have had that, definitely.
Yeah, almost 500 VPs difference, by the way.
Wow, there you go. So, chat, thank you very much for supporting us today. Much appreciated. Let's do a straw poll in chat. Oh, God. It's starting to feel like a professional caster zone here. Like, I'm actually mega tired. G7, win. Kimbo. What's the player's name? CN, there we go. I need to have a power-up, I think.
One more coffee.
Maybe, or one more whiskey. We'll see. Well, we're entering the whiskey zone. It could be anyway. Activity feed. Thank you everyone for the follows today. We had White Flash giving 100 bits, Zany giving 100 bits, and Zany contributing a sub to Nubius Nath. Cheers, guys. Just make sure this game's close. I'll probably restart my client actually.
Yeah, go ahead. Be on Nexus, okay.
Right, guys, we're going to have a little break whilst we wait for this game 7, just so we don't have to think about what we're saying. Right, we'll be right back as soon as it starts, so let's go listen to some Dark Synthwave. Guys, if you're just listening to this stream, we've got a huge announcement in the next few minutes, so make sure you tune back in. You're not going to want to miss this. All right then, everybody, as you may have heard, this is a great opportunity. Now we've got you all here to give you a really big and huge and colossal community-based announcement. And no, it's not GCS 3. Well, that probably might happen next year. It's actually to do with my co-caster today, Devem. So Devem, why don't you talk us through what this announcement is?
Yeah, sure. So I have some pretty big news, basically, that I'm getting married. For myself, I will be working with Relic in Company of Heroes 3 as a game designer position.
Woo! That's cool. That's awesome. Devem is a player that from the age of 7 has been playing this series competitively since the age of 12. He's put his heart and soul into the competitive scene and being a standout player. And that hard work is being rewarded now with an opportunity to work with the developers of the game series. How cool is that, guys? That's awesome.
Orange best.
So
yeah, it's really exciting. I've been playing the game since I was basically 9 years old, so now to have the chance to work with Relic is really nice.
Yeah, it's really good, especially obviously it conflates quite well with your degree choice and stuff. And are you able to talk a little bit about what you're going to be doing at Relic?
Unfortunately, I cannot say what I'll be working on. That is all a secret, but I'll just say that it's very exciting. I don't think that they have announced it yet, so.
Developer, man. The devs, all this damn evil vicious mouse propaganda from the SNF days, it was always just dev, man. He's the developer. We should have known all along. No wonder you were so good at Company Heroes. No wonder you were so good. I did have the idea, by the way, that they're actually going to abduct Devem and hook him up with like tubes in his brain, and he's going to be the AI for Company Heroes 3. You're like, so if you have bad RNG, it'll be due to him, etc. So that's really exciting, dude. Awesome.
Now everyone can blame the RNG on me.
Awesome. And that's just really exciting because it means that they've got, you know, the top minds from our game. People actually mastered playing this game competitively, working with them. So I'm happy. That'll do. Yeah. Let's send Devem off. We will deploy Agent Devem into Relic headquarters.
Inside job.
Inside job, indeed. So that's really cool news, mate. Well, congratulations from all of us in the community.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the best in Vancouver and hope it goes better than well. We want it to go awesomely. So cheers.
I also want Company of Heroes 3 to be the best in the franchise.
well, it's got big shoes to fill from Company Heroes 1 and etc. So yeah, let's hope it can do so. Anyway, guys, we've got more big news, and we've got the first ever 7th game of a best of 7 series, the ace game of this Two Nations sponsored tournament ran by Ulvadi and 101st Airborne. We have 2 fantastic players ready for you, and it all starts now. Hello there and welcome. And as we reset the scores to say a first time ever score of 3-3 in a grand final, we see the almighty Kimbo lock in partisan tactics. We see CreativeName hailing from Germany playing as Deutschland. Yes. And we've got Devem, now a relic acquisition, casting with us. Devem, what's been the tale of this series thus far? What have we seen these players go through?
I think we have seen Cien throughout the series adapting and getting the early game just a little bit better from game to game. And unfortunately in the last game, I think that he got a little bit too impatient with his pushes. And that's really unfortunate because he could have closed down the series, but I still think that Cien mentally is in a really good position because he knows that he put Kimbo in a really tough spot last game. Now he just needs to finish the job.
Just finish the job. Such an easy task.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're going to say to Devon when he arrives at Relic. We've kind of half made this game. Just finish the job. That's all you've got to do. Easy game, easy life. Combat engineers start, partisans in the future, 3 conscripts most likely into a tank hunter partisan, of course, from Kimbo, T-34s, T-70s, etc. Is Cien just going to go for cookie cutter Wehrmacht, Devem, or is now the craziest time ever to actually deviate from that plan?
I think he's going for the usual austere game plan, especially on a map like Nexus. It's really strong. I'm just wondering why Cien hasn't done the double MG thing yet. So especially on Nexus, it's really, really good.
I'm drinking this whiskey for you, Devon.
Cheers.
We've gone through the caffeine phase of the cast. This epic 7-game cast. We're now in the whiskey zone. Performance enhancing drugs initiated. More Grens out from Cien in the west. Kimbo's capped the fuel, but he's not capped the cutoff.
Really
is
smart.
he showing signs of fatigue, or does he really just want to battle against these grenadiers up here?
I think he isn't capping with the conscripts just because he wants to do all the capping with the engineer squads. He's playing a bit defensive, as it's expected. He's just waiting for the flamethrower so he can then push.
Tomikaze, of course, a very good player from Company Heroes, is saying there has to be fatigue by now. You bloody think so? They've barely taken a break.
Honestly, I think that every top player is really good in terms of stamina throughout the games. I don't think that they are really tired.
Do you not think so?
I don't think so.
I just remember Loveness basically looking like he was about to die at GCS 2. Maybe,
I think the scope changes when you are playing from home. It's the place that you're used to, playing. It's not a new setting, and that definitely helps out.
Fair enough. Ura into the retreating Pioneers up here. We've got Grenadiers pushing in to take the munitions cut off. Meanwhile, in the north, Grens are looking to cap that fuel. Kimbo is battling hard here. He's keeping strong, but Cien has him in his sights. Can't quite take the munitions cut off, however.
Yeah, nothing really new here. Just interesting that Kimbo this time around didn't go for the sniper and he did go for the same commander. He's really relying on these partisans to deal with the 2-2-2.
And also cap the fuel point. That's going to be a nice little find. Got combat engineers taking them on here. Can't get any of them to have the flamethrowers. I have to say, tactically and map control wise, Devon 1-0 to Kimbo in the early game.
Oh yeah, definitely, yes. Double fuel control. Already some mines down from the partisan squads on the field as well. Kimbo just having the superior early game, but I have to say that Austere scales really well.
Look at this from
right now.
Cien. Sorry to interrupt there, but I
problem.
love the fact
Where-
that he skirted around that mine. He was like, mine. Definitely probably a mine. I'm going to go around the side. It didn't help him in the end, actually, but it was cool to watch.
Well, now you'll have to keep in mind that that mine exists there.
Well, does it? He doesn't actually know that. He just thinks
Schrödinger
it does. And he went for a flamethrower, of course, on his Pioneer and a 4th Grenadier squad. Really heavy tier 1 there, and kind of dangerous tier 1. Reminds me of the GCS 1 plays from back in the day.
Yeah, kind of worried for CN now. Maybe that last game did a number on him.
It has to have done, Devon. You've got to imagine the psychological and emotional fatigue of getting so close to the proverbial metaphorical trophy and then having it ripped out of your hands.
Yeah, I suppose so. I usually just take the games in a positive way, so if I had that experience, I'd probably just think that I had Kimbo for most of the game. I just need to work on my pushes. That's probably how I would see it.
And unfortunately for CN, I mean, it's kind of biased you saying that, Devem. It's kind of... Yeah, it's alright for you. You've got the psychological profile to win 20 tournaments. Not everybody has, you know, you elite... What's the word? Privilege. You've got privilege there. Tournament winner privilege. It's not easy for everyone else. Pioneers suffering. Conscripts push them away there. Kimbo, of course, having won the Anniversary Classic, ML2, some big tournaments there. He knows what it feels like to go through the gears. Also went life and death with an in-prime love nest in ML1. Mine could detonate. Indeed it does. There you go. Kimbo with a great KD thus far. Look at
Why
that.
do I feel like this game will end much sooner than the others? Why do I have that feeling?
Our territory is falling into enemy.
Stern
Yeah.
Panther in chat says 6-0 for allies. Could be 7 soon at this rate. They just tanked that rifle nade. Didn't do anything.
Seems that CN isn't making an effort of really using his units
Enemy
together
forces
very
are
well.
securing our
Seems just
territory.
overrun everywhere.
Yes, he's playing like I'm not going to say a rank 200, but he's certainly not playing like a rank elite level tournament player right now. He's splitting his units up, not using them cohesively and coordinated in their approach.
The enemy is
Yeah,
attempting
and
to
I
steal
think
our
Kimbo will
sector.
just rush for the T70 and CN will be far away from any of the counters. By any of the counters, I mean the only counter that Austere has is T70.
Well, I think one thing people aren't remembering about CN is he actually wasn't that prominent. Sorry, not prominent. What's the word? When you're not playing very much, I guess. He wasn't playing Coming Heroes very much before this tournament, quite
Very
frankly. He wasn't very active, thank you, Devem. He wasn't. He kind of got bullied into signing up for the tournament, quite frankly, by some of the players. So maybe, just maybe, by the 7th game now, we are seeing true fatigue settle in. It's not something he trained for, like life and death that relied on it. Grenadier's hitting a mine down there. And he just kind of got through on skill alone. And now he's coming up against somebody that's trained properly in this 7th game. And it's looking like he's going to get steamrolled.
It does look like that. Just wondering, okay, Kimbo is not building tier 3, yeah. I was wondering why he was delaying the building.
Yep, Tankovi up in base. He's got more than enough fuel for the T-70 now. Grenadiers battling back. 222's heavily delayed. 8 minute, nearly 9 minute by the time it'll come out. We're having to use med packs up in base to get these squads back on the field. He hasn't got enough manpower for a bunker due to all of these losses. Not great for Wehrmacht to be trading with Soviets like that. Combat engineer, what is Kimbo doing there? Oh, he's trying to retreat to safety. It makes sense. I understand now.
He still hasn't retreated though. Not, okay, he's still waiting for the Grenadier.
Yeah. Oh, he merges it. Haha, nice.
Okay, cheeky.
Yeah, that's cheeky. That's cheeky. That's tournament winning cheeky. I love it.
Now tier 3 is up, he's just waiting for the manpower to start building the T70.
No, Caffey, I don't mean steamrolled in the series, just this game, my friend, of course. It's amazing that he's gotten to the 7th game.
I mean, I think we were both expecting a 4-0, and we are now in this final game.
Incredible. Does he get a bonus for this? Can somebody ask Olvedi, maybe? He certainly deserves it. So brutal that, you know, you get the same prize for
Oh no.
battling this hard. You
2-2
can't
got caught by the Partisan Z.
I know. Not going well. Oh, however, the Partisans no longer exist, Devem. That'll certainly help.
Well, that was a plot twist right there.
Yep. The party's been cancelled, as Zany Zap says in chat. By the way, everybody check out Zany Zap's YouTube. He casts very enthusiastically. It's very good.
Are securing our territory.
What the fuck is disgusting? The game is far from over. I will disagree.
Sector has been cut off.
If you hadn't lost that Partisan just now, Kimbo is very far ahead.
Pineapple, it's only far from over if Kimbo messes up several times. We've seen one slight miscalculation, yes, but so far he's been playing very well. I mean, I'm hoping that Pineapple's right, by the way, in chat. I hope Pineapple, the fruit dude, is very right. More right than a fruit dude has ever been. Because I want to see an epic 7th game. If this is our first ever one in co-tournament history, I want it to be 2 hours long.
2 hours long? You're crazy.
I've
How
got
much
a full
whiskey
bottle
is
of
that?
whiskey. Yeah, it's a lot of whiskey, my friend. Don't you worry. We're good to go. I planned a nap halfway through this game, my friend. It's going to be great. 2-2. Battling on, we've got Pack 40 heading to a screen near you in the near future. Combat engineers push forward. And are pushed away. Conscripts want that victory point. He's also going to go for the fuel in the north is Kimbo. But I have to say, CN has somewhat stabilized.
I find this Zizgan build that he's doing not the best. I mean, what is he going to use that for? To kill the 2-2? I don't think he really needs to.
What would you elect for instead?
Honestly, I would have probably gone for a second T70 and just rush the pack on.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
I would have rolled over and maintained the fetal position from minute 3 onwards. But we can't both backseat game, damn it. Oh, only joking, of course. Combat engineers push up. T70 about to be repaired and back on the field. We haven't seen much use of spy network so far. It's really powerful, actually. I quite like it.
I
Well,
like
I
it
suppose
as well.
on Nexus, though, Devam, I suppose it's like kind of an open map. You can kind of see where your opponent is, in a sense.
Yeah, I don't think he needs it.
On Amelie,
Usually-
though, or maybe Mill Road, you know, it's a good one for that, but...
Usually it's very useful in sniper games as well.
Our opponents are seizing a sector.
Pioneers flanking these conscripts. You've got another flamethrower coming in from the other side. CN's battling into the north of the map, putting the LMGs behind sandbags. Lovingly prepared for them by Kimbo Madslice. Conscripts return the favour up against barbed wire, though.
CN seems to have stabilized a bit, and the Pacan is ready for the T70 now.
Ha! Tripwire flare on retreat there. Meanwhile, in the south, 222 backs away from a Vet 3 combat engineer in the first 12 minutes of the game. That's pretty good. Merges into him, keeps the pressure on.
Honestly, I'm very impressed that Kimbo has basically let CN have this advantage. I feel like he lost the opportunity to really close out the game early by maybe not building the second T70.
You know what? I'm going to say that I think people underrate the power of Partisans with the Tank Hunter upgrade. Because the 222 can't just rock around the map,
That's
killing
true as well.
everybody, you know, and it's all coming here at a high level is all about, at any level actually, is all about pressure. And that's why the most common verb I use is the word push. Because it's all about pushing against one another, and the 222 has now been given free reign. It's been unshackled by that squad loss here. So although it may have felt like just a partisan at 210 manpower, it's much more, it's what the partisan represents.
It's the ideal.
Exactly. Oh, thank you. For picking up on my cliche there, I love it. But all I'll say, Devon, is all hail Pineapple the fruit dude, because he was more right than we were.
He was right indeed.
He was.
Now, CN is still somewhat far away from a P4, and Kimbo does have tier 4 up, so that T34 is going to hit at least 2 minutes before the P4.
G Grenadiers on 17 kills. Devam, I've got it. Okay. Just make sure there's no action here. It's a Faust coming in on the T70. Going to keep it out of action for them meanwhile. Meanwhile, in the south, we've got a mine detonates on that Pioneer. People in chat say it's going to come back to bite him in the ass. I'm inclined to agree. Kimbo showing fatigue in the north is not capping that fuel point. Meanwhile, CN's putting aggression down. With the Pack 40 pushed in to try and take out the T70. May it get flanked? It could do.
There's a good flank in the center, yeah. Both MG and Pakan out of position. For the people saying in chat, if CN hasn't already taken tier 3, he in fact doesn't have the tier 3 building, he's now doing it.
Is this getting hit by the MG there as the T70 takes pot shots? 222 survives again. It's got Veteran C2 giving it that orbital satellite-like vision. Ziskum decrewed indeed. T34.
Now this is going to be a desperate battle. Get that Zisgun back and not stolen.
I know. The Grens, however, are forced away. Zisgun remains.
You could have stayed there a bit longer. That's alright.
Are you ready for a quick dad joke, Devem? So, the evil dictator Adolf Hitler dies and goes to the Afterlife Processing Center. Angel Gabriel is there, and he asks Angel Gabriel, "So, where am I going?" "Hell, Hitler." Yes, thank you, but where am I going?"
We are losing a sector.
T70 pushed away by the pack there. Gren's watching on. He got a Faust as well.
I wish people could see my reaction.
He was head in hands, both head in hands. Pack has been decrewed. T34's rampaging onto the field. 222 backs away. Will he be able to destroy the pack? Gren's offer a Faust. This could be a death knell for CN, unless he can recover somehow. Panzer IV's coming onto the field very shortly. He's trying to threaten the T34. It's all of a psychological bluff. He doesn't have anything right now. Kimbo could have won that there and then.
Well, the P4 is almost coming out, so I don't think it would be GG right there, but he did wait out a lot of munitions from CN, I think.
He did. He really did. Kimbo's doing well in the mid and the north right now. 222 and MG42 taking the southern fuel. Victory point situation is not looking good for CN. He's down to half victory points as we speak. And 222's going in for some pot shots on the T34. A little bit foolish perhaps from CN.
He's fancying his luck.
So, he is.
I think actually CN might be ahead now. With the fuel income that he has, he'll be able to get the second P4 out.
A little bit of scouting there.
Feels like Kimbo lost too much in terms of infantry, so now CN has the superior infantry force with the LMG Grenadiers, and Kimbo has to rely on the T70 plus the T34 to actually keep the Grenadiers in control.
There was the army values graph showing that CN is now somewhat in the lead. He has 61 pop cap as well. Kimbo, he has a decent amount of fuel. He's climbing to 300 manpower very soon. Will he go for a T34? Will he go for aggression, an all-in assault, or will he go for an SU-85 and play on from his rear position, hope for a late-game Soviet victory? We'll have to wait and see. There it is, T34 chosen. Kimbo wants this victory, and he wants it now. He's going to go all in.
Well, I've learned not to discard Kimbo In any way,
You've
since
heard the
last
hard way, Devon. You thought you were casting StarCraft, my friend. You were like, oh, yep, 5-minute GG, easy. Anyway, pack 40 from CN. Tickles the T-34 for now. Combat Engineers, the Vet 3 ones from the early game, are dominating that Grenadier, forcing it away. We got a tripwire flare, ignites the sky above as this Panzer IV is pushed away. T-34 looking for blood, baying for it, in fact. Meanwhile, T-70 in the north versus the Grenadier up there. This is all happening, Devem. It's all happening now.
Action everywhere. The 70 has the damage engine. The back gun is trying to protect now the T-22, but I think he's going down to the T-34 now. That's a really good push.
Yes, it is, and the pack could go down as well. Conscripts going for it. They get a cheeky shot in on the T-34 with their dying breath. Meanwhile, we've got the... Oh, there it is, a Molotov on the MG42. As the conscripts watch on, they can no longer crew what was a Pack 40. T-34 converts it into dust in the north.
Oh, no. He got the pack gun.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
Did indeed. T-34's pushing away those Grens. CN's battled hard to get back into this game. But Kimbo wants it, Devem. He wants it now.
He's going in with the T-34. Oh no, he caught the P-4 while it was being repaired. And the T-70 is just trying to clean up the Grenadiers in the base sector.
He is, but there's a second Panzer IV on its way. Maybe this was foolish from Kimbo. Could end up being. We'll have to wait and see. Can he repair this Panzer IV quickly enough? Vet 3 Pioneers with their blowtorches. T-70 down to an Alpha Faust.
Oh no. Kimbo.
How did that work? That was so long range. They must have initiated it like 10 minutes ago. Anyway, Panzer IV comes from the north. Go on, Devon. What do you think now? What's your battle state analysis?
No, I think Kimbo is still ahead. Just some unnecessary losses, honestly.
We are losing a sector.
Oh, what? Okay.
It's a
Just the
reconnaissance overflight. Indeed it is, yeah.
the T-34 just kind of screamed and I was like, wait.
He's getting a good vision on that position. He knows it. Cien's pushing to the south because he knows Kimbo's not there. He's got 2 Panzer IVs, one of them a pintle mount upgrade, catches conscripts, building a sandbag and forces them away. Cien is not dead yet, Devem. He's not dead yet, and he wants to tell us he's all. As long as he's got breath in his lungs, he'll continue to fight.
Yep, exactly. I do prefer overall Kimbo's build out of the T-34s with T-scan supporting. T-34s are always cheaper than the P-4s, so it's easier to kind of push your advantage with those.
We just had Zany with a great comment in chat. Cien can see from the sky just how screwed he is right now. Yep, I'm definitely losing. No, I don't think he is, to be honest. He's still in with a shout. Got more target in on this Panzer IV, though. That won't help. Won't help at all. Oh, no. Faust goes in on this one. Kimbo reverses after him. He's trying to get out of there.
That's Grenadier that's going down as well.
Yep.
Another T-34 rolls in. It's going for that low health P-4.
Oh no, this could be the end of the tournament. This could be a tournament winning push from the T-34. No, he's blocked off. Oh, he's blocked off by the newbie. The apprentice saves the master. Or how much does he? Does Kimbo have excellent game sense? Great shot regardless.
Even if these P-4 survive, he's going to need Alpha Sentry to repair them.
Yours going to be hilarious. The YouTube comments saying, Allies OP. When last Saturday it was Axis OP. Classic company heroes, love it.
Jeez, I don't think there's anything that CN can do right about now. It's over.
Well, he's got 2 tanks.
Yeah, but by the time he has them repaired, Kimbo has already amassed a big enough advantage in terms of resources.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I think it's over. But I just know, based on that last game, when you were also saying it was over, it might not be over. This one is definitely
over. This one is really over.
Devon, my friend. It's over. The game is definitely over, and we have our champion of the International Classic. It's King Kimbo, the great from Poland. And a massive shout out to CN, everybody. If the chat dared to suggest this series would be a 4-0 series, CN had other ideas. 4-3 to Kimbo. What a game. What a match. Legends in the making.
Very good games. Well played to CN and well played to Kimbo.
This is the wrong video. What we really want is this.
안녕하세요. 저는 레드보입니다. 투네이션이 저에게 도움이 됐냐고요? 네, 저에게 정말 많은 도움이 됐죠. 저는 음악 제작자인데 제 음악을 더 쉽게 홍보하고 싶었어요. 그래서 인터넷 방송과 유튜브를 시작했습니다. 1년 전부터 투네이션을 이용했는데요. 음성 도내 기능이 재밌어 보였어요. 투네이션의 가장 좋은 점 중 하나는 수수료인데 수수료가 엄청 낮아요. 저는 투네이션이 돈 벌 생각이 없는 줄 알았다니까요. 스트리머와 팬들에게 가장 좋은 후원 시스템 투네이션을 이용하세요. 에드모였습니다.
Amazing. I fully agree with our sponsors there. That was just a great series. GG, well played.
It was. I think it was really nice to see CN kind of evolving throughout the games. I definitely think that Kimbo started doing less mistakes the further he went into the series, which was, in a way, kind of weird because you usually see the opposite. But I think that CN really surprised us in a positive way. Just unfortunate that he couldn't get this last game going.
No, it is. He really looked fatigued, man. He looked tired as anything. I'm sorry. You know, it wasn't the fact that he was playing his 7th game of Company Heroes. It was the fact that he'd been through emotional torture on the way. And, you know, Kimbo taking his hands off the trophy one finger at a time. He basically broke each of those digits, and psychologically, CN was never going to grasp that trophy ever again. It was a brutal...
I think it was that game 6 that broke him.
It was a tremendous comeback by Kimbo, an absolute tremendous comeback. So well played. This tournament for me was won in Game 6 of the Best of 7 series, and what a series it was.
Yeah, it was a very good series overall, honestly. We even got to see some good USF play.
I mean, Stern Panther in chat asks why he picked Wehrmacht. It's because Wehrmacht are the best faction in Elite Level 1 versus 1. They are. I'm sorry, they are. They have a 5% win advantage, maybe 10% on some maps. CN knows this. And he knows that the psychology of, okay, you win, I win, you win, I win, was in effect. Because last weekend, Wehrmacht won all 5 games. And OKW2. Axis won all 5 games. So this time, he knows that Wehrmacht are the slightly most powerful faction, and he knows that it was his best chance. But Kimbo had other ideas in that game 7. Kimbo won the series, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Osir was definitely the best choice for CN there.
And highlight of the series, of course, big shout out to Cromwell Ace. We're going to go over to a highlight of that right now. I'm sure there were actual better plays, but this was certainly the funniest. So as soon as Google Chrome plays ball, we'll go over to that in a second. Hang on a second. Here it is. There we go. It's got 22 views right now. Let's see if we can pump that up a little bit. Watch along with us. So we go over to the... Going in. The Comet's thinking of it as well. We've had a double retreat of the Rakettenwerfer and the Stern Pioneers. The 2 Wehrmacht tanks back up. Of the OKW army, at least, and the Tiger could go down here. Will the Cromwell Ace get the killing blow? That's what we all care about, DevM. Yes, it does! Cromwell Ace! Uber LS! Amazing! This Cromwell knows no bounds. It's the destroyer of armies. The conqueror of worlds. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We'll take that. We'll take that. I'm not deleting my suit Almond. The suit reigns supreme. If you missed the update from DevM, he's working for Relic now, so that's pretty cool. We've got a man on the inside. That's what we need. And yeah, cheers, guys.
Yeah, I'll just introduce some pay-to-win commanders now.
Exactly. Well, you know, Breaking Brad, of course, gave us the Tiger Race Doctrine and Soviet Windustry, so that's the benchmark, DevM.
Yeah.
I want a heavy tank with a rocket launcher. You know, like a Katusha IS-2 or something. I'd pay money for that.
I can do you a Panzerwurf for that, Worf's Tigers. How about that?
Oh, now we're talking. I'd buy that for $1. There we go. Joking aside, this tournament's now over. Thank you for 101st Airborne for securing the funds from 2Nation, who sponsored it. Olvedi for doing the hard work organising it. The referees, notably Miku and the other guy. What a Sidewinder for doing the webcam watching, making sure the players aren't like, you know, whatever. And yeah, thanks to everyone for tuning in. You know, it's been a great tourney.
Thank you, everyone.
And a big thanks
Hope
to
you
Devem.
enjoyed the series. Yeah,
Go
no
and
problem,
sub to Devem if you're not. He's got a big stream coming on Monday, I believe. And we owe Devem a thing, Cafe, and that is, what is the fire extinguisher for, Devem?
You know, it's what keeps me going when I usually play tournaments. Now it's a habit of mine to drink from the fire extinguisher.
Oh,
It has some
wait, the
special
fire extinguisher is
properties.
a flask. It's a flask. It's a water flask.
it is a water bottle.
Oh, disorientated much. I just thought you were a giant man and you were holding a fire extinguisher. There we go. There we go. Anyway, I think I've thanked everybody. I can't think of anybody else. Sorry if I missed you. Hey, 101st. Thanks for letting me cast your tournament, dude. Let's go and raid Skippy FX, because he's a swell dude and we all love him. He's a great guy. He's playing versus Grey Shot right now. So it's like a grudge match scrim or something. Anyway, dudes, let's all raid up. Load on up on this raid. We're going to go and venture forth to Skippy Land. To Skippy Land we go. All right.
Let's go.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for watching.